Chapter 3080. Fully prepared. Although Yi Xian was infuriated, he wasn't so angry that he would lose his head. Their target this time was an interstellar fortress. If they wanted to take back Naples and the purplish warbler, they had to use their trump cards. However, Yi Xian had to consider clearly what could be used and what couldn't be used. Of course, the couldn't be used here didn't mean that they absolutely couldn't be used. Rather, it was best not to use them unless they had no other choice. For example, the headless infant's corpse or the thunder origin pearl. Either one of these two existences could be used to deal with this Federation fortress. However, if that happened, the consequences would be truly difficult to bear. On the one hand, Yi Xian's trump card would be exposed. On the other hand, if they used the headless infant's corpse or the thunder origin pearl, this Federation fortress guarded by Long Kuei would most likely be lost. That would be a major incident. Furthermore, Naples and the purplish warbler were still in this Federation fortress. If they really did leave them be and accidentally hurt them, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to do so. As the Dongshu shuttle rushed into the wormhole, these questions quickly turned in Yi Xian's mind. He fell into deep thought. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian quickly set the tone for this operation. Since they were rescuing people, it could also be said that they were robbing people. In that case, this operation would be considered a robbery. The purpose of a robbery was to rob, not to kill or destroy. Thus, in terms of strength, they had to intimidate. In terms of methods, they also had to be intimidating. Now that he had decided on this theme, it was easy to arrange the next step. It was nothing more than one sentence: display a sufficiently intimidating force and force Long Kuei to hand over Naples and the purplish warbler. The other party only had one battleship, but it was a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. If Yi Xian wanted to form a sufficient deterrence against a force of this level, he would have to have at least one starry sky fortress. In other words, the Heavenly Legacy clan's fortress in the bank would have to be revealed this time. Yi Xian didn't care about this. This starry sky stronghold wasn't in existence like a trump card in his hands. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. This time, it was just a little earlier. In addition, the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint, the three interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters could also be used. The fact that he had these three interstellar fortresses was no secret to the Myriad Federation and the Eternal Dynasty. Apart from that, the 10 million mosquito beasts and the 100,000 unkillable void soldiers could also be deployed in the void. However, there was no need to take out Prince Shueben, 8-star Wang Gua, and the other high-end forces. Long Kuei was also a supreme existence in the profound light realm. The Blood Ben Prince was only at the origin realm, and the 8-star Wang Ladle was the same. The origin realm was only the 9th great realm, while the profound light realm was the 11th great realm. With a difference of 2 great realms, it was useless to mobilize them. It was even possible that the other party would use them as a method to attack Yi Xian and kill them first. In addition, Yi Xian's Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and the other demon experts were only at the 8th realm of the Black Hole realm. The strongest, Mo Nuzwa Feng Tai, was only at the 4th level of the origin realm. They couldn't be used this time either. Even if they were used, they would die. Furthermore, they were demons. It wasn't convenient for them to be exposed in this kind of situation. On the other hand, although the 10 million mosquito beasts and the 100,000 void soldiers were weak individually, they had the advantage in numbers. As they spread out in the void, they still had the visual effect of deterrence. Moreover, even if Long Kuei wanted to rely on killing these mosquito beasts and soldiers to deal a blow to Yi Xian, and he did indeed have the ability to do so. However, as a supreme expert with the cultivation of the profound light realm, how could he disregard his status and attack these mosquito beasts and soldiers? In short, using the mosquito beasts and void soldiers could achieve a deterrent effect and prevent too many losses. It was definitely worth it. Of course, this wasn't enough. Although the headless infant's corpse and the lightning origin pearl couldn't be used, Yi Xian could use the weeping soul blood horn. Back then, the 9-star Ladybird Empress was a Grotto Heaven realm existence at the 10th level, but she was still suppressed by the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. She couldn't even resist. Just from this point alone, it could be deduced that the Weeping Soul Blood Horn should be able to suppress Mystic Light Realm or even stronger existences. Apart from that, Yi Xian had to show some kind of powerful ability. This way, he could use this opportunity to create a deterrent effect that would be beneficial to him. However, the demon person's mental energy secret techniques and abilities, such as the Annihilation Spear, Destructive Whirlpool, Mental Lightning Technique, Mental Suppression, Mental Charm, and so on, weren't suitable to be used. With Yi Xian's current level of mental energy secret techniques and abilities, he wouldn't be able to threaten a Mystic Light Realm expert. The elementary demon's soul pupil only had the ability to see through one source. It was a support-type ability, so it wasn't suitable either. As for the Golden Divine Dragon's bloodline body tempering technique, it wasn't an offensive technique. Instead, it was a body tempering technique. Even the giant dragon's roar and the demon dragon's eye that he obtained after mutation were limited by Yi Xian's own strength. They weren't very strong right now, so it wasn't good to use them too early. Although the Rai Di seal in the center of his sea of consciousness contained large amounts of green lightning and golden lightning, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to control it once it was used. Even if it wasn't as terrifying as the lightning origin orb, it would still be impossible for that universal fortress to remain undamaged. There was still the possibility of accidentally injuring Naples and the purplish warbler. Only the fallen sky bow was an exception. The fallen sky bow originated from the Desolate Era Yiksha. It was originally an imprint of a Desolate Era divine ability that was left in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Unlike the black gold dragon scales in his sea of consciousness that represented the bloodline of the divine dragon and the demonic dragon, as well as the other secret techniques and divine abilities of the demonic humans, this kind of primordial divine ability was not divided into elementary, intermediate, and so on. From the very beginning, the fallen sky bow didn't have any grades. Once it was used, it would absorb a large amount of the host's energy, including cultivation power, mental energy, life force, physical energy, and even the mysterious aura released by the void marrow crystal. All of this would turn into a golden energy arrow that shot towards the opponent. Of course, the more powerful Yi Xian was, the more energy the divine ability imprint could absorb. The golden energy arrow that shot out would be even more powerful. However, even with Yi Xian's current strength, as long as he controlled his speed and used a large amount of his cultivation power, mental energy, physical energy, and so on, this arrow might not be completely harmless to Mystic Light Realm experts. The only problem was that if he didn't control his speed well, and the golden arrow absorbed too much energy, Yi Xian would probably faint on the spot like the previous 2 times. However, if he stored up energy in advance and used a large amount of multi-pupil thought crystals and star core origin to charge the arrow, this problem could be resolved. Chapter 3081. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Long Kuei's lobbying the Dongshu shuttle only stayed in the wormhole for 2 hours before it rushed out from the other end of the wormhole and stopped on one of the paths leading to the Undying Star. The distance covered by this 2-hour wormhole jump would take an entire day even at the normal speed of an interstellar fortress. The Federation fortress that Naples and the Purplish Warbler were in had only left the heavenly underworld star half a day earlier. In other words, it would still take half a day to reach the space where Yi Xian was at. Moreover, it would definitely pass through here as long as it wanted to return to the Undying Star. In the vast universe, there were star paths everywhere. Every path led to Rome. Originally, there was no such thing as a path that had to be taken, but what kind of existence was the Undying Star? The imperial capital of the Undying Dynasty, one of the 2 great human factions, was where the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation was located. Every year, countless warships would head there from all directions of the Undying Star. However, in general, there were only 3 fixed star paths that were the best choice. These 3 star paths were the fixed paths that led to the Undying Star from the imperial capitals of the 3 great empires. At this moment, Yi Xian was on one of these star paths, the main star path that led from the imperial capital of the heavenly underworld star to the Undying Star. In the void, there were many star paths that had been explored and confirmed to be safe, but most of the time, these star paths were very quiet. Although there were many fleets going back and forth between the various administrative planets, the universe was too big, resulting in such a situation. However, this kind of desolate atmosphere was almost impossible to see on the three main planets. Sailing on the three main planets, it didn't take long for them to see one or two fleets of various sizes. Some belonged to some forces, and some were merchant fleets. At this moment, when Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle appeared, there were fleets that could be seen from far and near. Yi Xian didn't care about these at all. Apart from rescuing Naples and the purplish warbler, he also had another purpose in robbing the Federation fortress. That was to show that he was domineering and not to be trifled with. Therefore, after stepping out of the Dongshu shuttle and waving his hand to keep it in his undying world, Yi Xian didn't care and directly brought out the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Holy Child Scout fortresses. Some of the fleets in the nearby void were shocked. There was still a difference between the Demonkin Scout Fortress and the human race's Great Fortress. Those with discerning eyes could tell at a glance. This group of people thought that the Demonkin had attacked Universe 3 and had even attacked the Heavenly Underworld Empire. They were so scared that they were in a panic. They quickly fled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian didn't mind. With a wave of his hand, he activated the concealment formation of the three scout fortresses. Then, he took out the Thunderbolt Star Fortress that was 100,000 meters in diameter and stood in front of the three scout fortresses. He also activated the concealment formation. The Federation's fortress. In nearly a day, Long Kuei had finished interrogating Naples and the purplish warbler. At this moment, he was using another kind of conciliatory plan to persuade the two of them. Since it was a conciliatory plan, he naturally couldn't use isolation and interrogation that would easily make the two of them reject him. Long Kuei even arranged a sumptuous feast in the resting area of the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation's fortress. At this moment, he had just opened a bottle of 100-year-old red wine and planned to have dinner with Naples and the purplish warbler. He wanted to use this opportunity to persuade the two of them to cooperate with him and give a better testimony. Just at this moment, a Federation communications officer in the fortress sent an instant report. What was recorded was the feedback of the sudden appearance of three demon scout fortresses about 2 hours ahead of them. This was clearly the news spread by the merchant ships that were startled away. Long Kuei glanced at the report and immediately smiled. He casually put it down and poured the red wine as he said to Naples and Xianyuan Ziying, "To be honest, even I feel that it's not worth it for the two of you to be so insistent. Do you know why? Because the guy you insist on protecting has proven with facts that he is just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. He is not worth investing in at all. In front of us, about 2 hours away from the main star, there are three demon scout fortresses. Of course, this can't be because the demon scout army has already reached the Heavenly Dark Empire. Those three demon scout fortresses are clearly the Black Mosquito ship, Black Wind ship, and Saint Child ship." Hearing this, Naples and the purplish warbler were stunned at first, then their expressions changed at the same time and became gloomy. Long Kuei took in all of this, and the complacent look on his face became even more apparent. He felt extremely good about himself as he continued, "Pardon my bluntness, but if I were that Prince Xian of yours, what I would do at this time is to secretly return to the immortal star and find his recently favored mother. Perhaps I could even put in some pillow talk with the immortal emperor and escape this calamity. Unfortunately, this kid is too impulsive. Three demon scout fortresses that I don't know how he got his hands on, and he dares to intercept a Federation fortress? Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about how arrogant and ridiculous his actions are. Just this action of openly going against the Overwatch Council of the Federation is enough to confirm some of his crimes. The two of you can be considered to have a bright future. One is a 3-star general of the Undying Army, and the other is a direct descendant of the Xianyuan family in the Heavenly Underworld Empire. But you met the wrong person and were fooled by this guy's false reputation and chose to be loyal to him. This is really, sigh, what a pity. But it's not too late to turn back now. As long as you record a testimony according to my instructions, then, dream on." Without waiting for Long Kuei to finish, the purplish warbler immediately interrupted him with a cold laugh. He then said, "Do you think Prince Xian is as childish as you say? In addition to the 3 demon fortresses, he also has a star fortress that is no weaker than yours. He also has an army of millions of mosquito beasts and tens of thousands of space-wallowing beasts. You should know about the space-wallowing beasts, right? They are terrifying creatures that exist in the space-wallowing black holes of the demon star sector. Even the super star destroyer cannons of a normal fortress cannot damage them. They can even swallow the void of the universe. An army of tens of thousands of space-wallowing beasts is enough to gnaw your Federation fortress into a rotten watermelon. These words were actually what Yi Xian had said to Naples and the purplish warbler in the Shijian fortress in Naples. It was just that the two of them didn't believe it at that time. In fact, even now, Naples didn't believe it. The purplish warbler was the same. She only said this because she didn't like Long Kuei's face and mouth. She just wanted to vent her anger. As for Long Kuei, it was obvious that he wouldn't believe Yi Xian. After hearing the purplish warbler's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head and laughed. Chapter 3082. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. This prince is robbing. In the void in front of him, 3 10,000-meter-tall demon scout fortresses suddenly appeared. However, this clearly wasn't the reason for Long Kuei's astonishment. He was astonished because in front of these 3 demon scout fortresses, there was clearly a silver cosmic fortress. It was the kind with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was definitely a true cosmic fortress, just like the Federation fortress he was currently in. In addition, the huge death ray cannon of this silver fortress had a diameter of 20,000 meters. At this moment, a dark light so dark that it could cause one's soul to sink into it was clearly flashing. This was clearly the signal that the enemy's death ray cannon had finished charging and could shoot out a terrifying black beam of light at any time. Although the Federation fortress under his feet also had a 20,000-meter-long death ray cannon, it had yet to charge up. In order to fully charge up, it would take at least 10 minutes. This amount of time was enough for the enemy to blast a 20,000-meter-wide hole in this Federation fortress. This wasn't all. What shocked him even more was that in the 3 demon scout fortresses behind this silver cosmic fortress, there was clearly a large number of mosquito beasts and void-devouring beasts charging out from the main passageway of the fortress. After charging out, they gathered at the left and right sides of the fortress. The void-devouring beasts were in front, and the mosquito beasts were behind. In the blink of an eye, 2 seas of ferocious beasts had formed. It was a frightening sight. Looking at the scale, there was definitely more than 100 mosquito beasts. There was definitely more than 10,000 void-devouring beasts. Similarly, there was also more than 10,000 void-devouring beasts. In the void in front of the silver fortress, Prince Xian's figure stood on the back of a 30-meter-long void-devouring beast. The latter's aura was that of a mid-stage origin realm expert. However, Prince Xian stood with his hands behind his back like his master. With a carefree expression, he said indifferently, Long Kuei, right? This prince was bored, so I came over to rob you. Pfft. Xianyuan Ziying's face was originally filled with a sluggish expression. At this moment, when she heard these words from the sound transmission system of the Federation stronghold, and then looked at Yi Xian's incomparably annoying face on the screen, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Naples chuckled foolishly. A warm feeling flowed through his heart. At least, Prince Xian had not given up on him. He would rather bear the crime of robbing the official stronghold of the Federation Overwatch Council to come rescue him. Although Naples didn't think it was a wise move, and if possible, he would definitely try his best to stop it. But it really happened, and the ambiguity in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Following such a master, even if she was impulsive and ended up achieving nothing in the end, at least he would have no regrets in his heart. It was worth it. At this moment, a communications officer staggered into the lounge. His face was pale as he read the analysis report that he had just received. The enemy's interstellar fortress has been confirmed. It's the Deva butterfly of the Heaven's Legacy race. The main cannon has already finished charging. Also, the approximate number of mosquito beasts has been calculated. There are more than 10 million of them, and those above the black hole realm, there are more than 10,000 of them. As for the void-swallowing beasts, gurgle gurgle, more than 100,000 of them, at least 5,000 of them above the black hole realm. Oh, these are the void-swallowing beasts that even the fortress's super meteorite cannon couldn't kill. They can even eat up the void. If these 10,000 void-swallowing beasts swarmed forward, at least a quarter of the entire Federation's stronghold would be eaten up before our death ray cannon finishes charging. The key is that even if our death ray cannon finishes charging, we won't be able to attack. All the void-swallowing beasts are already close to the walls of the stronghold. We won't be able to hit them. As he spoke, the communications officer of the Federation's stronghold was on the verge of tears. He had never even thought about such a battle, let alone seeing it with his own eyes. It was too frightening. 10 million mosquito beasts? 100,000 void-swallowing beasts? Oh my God. Hearing this, the purplish warbler was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock. So what this guy said before was the result of compressing the numbers by 10 times. I thought he was just bragging, but now, it seems like he really is keeping a low profile. More than 15,000 black hole realm beasts? Oh my God, how did His Highness do it? Naples was so scared that his entire body trembled. Even though he was a mystic light realm expert and it wasn't impossible for him to kill 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 void-swallowing beasts, it would definitely tire him out. At this moment, he couldn't understand Prince Xian. Putting aside that Origin Realm Mosquito Emperor, that void-swallowing beast with 8 stars on its back is clearly at the Origin Realm as well. Adding on the fact that there are more than 15,000 black hole realm beasts. Even I can kill them, but if I want to subdue them, I won't be able to do it even if my cultivation breaks through another realm. His Highness is really a god. Long Kuei also fell into a daze. He had only casually glanced at the screen before. Even though he knew that there were many mosquito beasts and void-swallowing beasts, he didn't know that there were so many of them. This was the result of the Federation's scanning system being scanned and quickly analyzing the capabilities of the Federation's fortress, which was why the final result could be obtained so quickly. Normally, when a person's numbers reached a certain level, they would only think that there were a lot of them. However, when this "a lot" was turned into actual data, that kind of terrifying feeling would surface in one's heart. However, after being shocked for a while, a trace of ecstasy appeared on Long Kuei's face. He raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. I finally caught your tail. You finally showed yourself, 10 million mosquito beasts. 100,000 void-swallowing beasts. Among them, there are more than 15,000 black hole realm beasts and above, even a supreme existence that surpasses the mystic light realm, such as the experts of the dynasty's elder generation, wouldn't be able to subdue such a large army of beasts. How could Long Xian do it? Just this point alone is enough to make him unable to explain himself clearly. He won't be able to wash away the suspicion of being a spy of the Tianji race. Not to mention, he even took out a fortress of the Tianji race. That's a fortress that only the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race can use. Only the Mystic Light Realm upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race can control such a fortress. Could it be that he has the strength to kill a Mystic Light Realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race? Everything that he has revealed at this moment has proven beyond doubt that he was bought over by the Heaven's Legacy race. As a prince of the dynasty, his reputation is like the sun in the sky, and he even made it to the heaven ranking. So, all of this was an investment of the Tianji race's spy. Unfortunately, what this idiot did today will probably make the higher-ups of the Tianji race vomit blood and die from anger. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3083. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Taking Action Robbery? Long Xian, do you know what you are doing? With a cold smile, Long Kuei stepped into the Federation's fortress and hovered in the air in front of the fortress. He scanned Yi Xian from head to toe and threatened, "In the Imperial Court, I am your uncle. In the Federation, I am the Deputy Supervisor of the Federation's Overwatch Council. You are robbing me. Are you rebelling against the Imperial Court and the Myriad Federation? Oh, right. You have done this a long time ago. Originally, we were still investigating you in secret. After all, this is related to the imperial court's reputation. But now it seems, After returning to the Federation's headquarters, I will immediately submit a report. The Federation will open a public investigation into the fact that you are a spy of the Tianji clan. We, the immortal imperial family, will never tolerate spies. Even if it hurts the imperial family's reputation, the imperial family will never cover it up for you. If you know what's good for you, if you have even the slightest bit of remorse, surrender immediately and hand over all the warships and pet army resources you obtained when you were bribed by the Tianji clan. Who knows, we might even be able to atone for your crime and leave you with an intact corpse. This way, at least the immortal imperial family will retain some of its reputation. For this reason, I can make the decision to plead with the immortal emperor to spare your mother's life and not implicate her. Bah! Dog, you think you are worthy? Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other. He raised his hand and pointed at the 20,000-meter diameter death ray cannon on Thunderbolt behind him. He sneered, "You saw it too. It has already finished charging and is just waiting for you to come. I can see that the fortress behind you is also charging, but it still needs 7 or 8 minutes, right? Hand over Naples and the purplish warbler within 5 minutes. Otherwise, I will step aside and the thunderbolt behind you will immediately shoot a hole through the fortress behind you. Of course, if you think you can stop it, then you can. I won't stop you." As for Naples and the purplish warbler, after saying that, Yi Xian's gaze swept towards the Federation stronghold behind Long Kuei. He grinned and said, "General Naples, as a mystic light realm expert, it shouldn't be a problem for you to protect that little girl Ziying when you're prepared, right? After all, I will choose to aim at the middle section of the fortress when I shoot the hole. You should be at the top cabin, right?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Federation officers and soldiers in the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation fortress immediately changed. They knew about Prince Xian's ruthless methods on the Heavenly River planet. If he said he would do something, he would really do it. This was especially so for the Federation officers and soldiers who happened to be at the middle section of the fortress. Every one of them had goosebumps all over their bodies. A death ray cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters was fired at them at such a close distance. Although they were also in a starry sky fortress, they would still be shot through even if their energy shields were fully activated. The other party had already nodded and would aim at the middle section of the fortress. That was clearly where they were at the moment. When the time came, that position would become a hole through. Would they be able to leave anything behind? If it weren't for the strict rules, these Federation officers and soldiers would have fled long ago. Long Kuei's expression instantly turned gloomy. Based on his understanding of Prince Xian, this guy would definitely do what he said he would do. In fact, since the other party had already shown his strength and revealed all the pet armies and even the starry sky fortress that he had obtained from the Heavenly Legacy race, it was obvious that he was determined to win today. If he didn't hand over the people, then this matter would definitely not end peacefully. As far as Long Kuei was concerned, he couldn't wait to hand over the people. That was because in that case, it would be no different from confirming the fact that Prince Xian had attacked the Federation's fortress and kidnapped his comrades. When that time came, not only would Prince Xian never be able to clear his name, but even Naples and the purplish warbler wouldn't be able to clear their names after they were rescued, even if they didn't know that he was a spy from the Heavenly Legacy race. It was precisely because of this that Long Kuei couldn't wait for Yi Xian to succeed in this robbery. However, he couldn't be too obvious in order to facilitate this matter either. If he was too obvious, people would criticize him. At the same time, it would be detrimental to his own official career. He would leave behind a stain that he was timid and easily let a suspect in custody be rescued by a spy from the Heavenly Legacy race. Therefore, he had to hand over the people, but he had to at least pretend to struggle for a while. It would be best if he could make it seem like he had no choice but to bear the humiliation and hand over the suspects in custody after considering the big picture. Then, everything would be perfect. With this thought in mind, Long Kuei's heart immediately calmed down. He thought to himself that since it was going to be an act, he might as well make it more realistic. Why was Prince Xian's reputation so great? Wasn't it because he was fighting alone in the first universe of the Heavenly Legacy race? The times needed heroes, and he just happened to be born, so he hit the jackpot. Of course, this unexpected birth had now been proven. Everything was the result of the Heavenly Legacy race's manipulation behind the scenes. He had already exposed Prince Xian's identity as a spy of the Tianji race, which was already a great achievement. If he could perfect his performance further and display the image of a hero, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to replace Prince Xian and become the new hero idol in the hearts of the Federation citizens. It wouldn't be impossible for him to do so. Thinking of this, Long Kuei's heart was immediately moved. While he was secretly delighted, his face revealed a righteous expression, as if he was facing death with equanimity. He waved his hand and said, "Long Xian, you crazy guy, do you really dare to open fire? Fine, go ahead and open fire. As the deputy supervisor of the Federation, I will never compromise with a villain like you. You can try, but this deputy supervisor won't move a single step and will stand here. If you want to attack the Federation's fortress behind me, you'll have to step over my dead body first." "Are you sure?" Yi Xian saw through his thoughts and was instantly speechless. He didn't really want to blast a hole in the Federation's fortress. After all, he still had to clean up the mess afterward. It wouldn't be good to make a big deal out of it. But now, Long Kuei wanted to show off and said in public that he wouldn't move a single step. In that case, he wouldn't open fire and just give him a shot from the fallen sky bow. If the Federation's fortress was destroyed, it would be difficult to clean up the aftermath. But if Long Kuei died or was severely injured, he was a collateral member of the imperial family. As long as the imperial family didn't pursue the matter, the myriad Luo Federation headquarters would naturally avoid trouble. And this would be enough for Yi Xian to vent his anger. Even if he only severely injured this guy, Yi Xian's anger would be more or less appeased. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately raised his left hand and grinned. "Deputy Supervisor, you spoke so righteously just now. You won't be a coward when the time comes, right?" Chapter 3084. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What should be done is done. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he raised his hand high up and pointed at Long Kuei. However, the palm of his left hand, which was originally empty, suddenly burst forth with a golden light. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared without any suspense. To Yi Xian, all of this was very familiar. At both ends of the ancient and ferocious bow, the two humanoid creatures that formed the semi-arc of the bow opened their mouths wide in anger, just like how Yi Xian was roaring madly at this moment. A bowstring that was clearly made of countless fine golden threads twisted together extended out from the wide mouths of the two roaring creatures at the same time. Very soon, it condensed into a bowstring. On it, there was clearly a golden energy arrow that quietly appeared, and the arrow was already on the bowstring. Before this, Yi Xian had thought about it and felt that he had to use this attack. His cultivation base was still only at Third Order Planet Warrior. Although no one in the myriad Luo Federation really thought that his cultivation base was that weak, he could not be completely sure that no one would be suspicious. After all, no matter how shocking everything he did in the Demon Dweller Star Zone was, in this third universe, no one had seen it with their own eyes. But now, if he used the Heaven Falling Bow's divine ability, even if it was only to severely injure Long Kuei, then the loophole in his cultivation base would at least be delayed for a long time before anyone would suspect him. In order to prepare for this attack, Yi Xian had invested a large amount of multi-pupil consciousness crystals and star core origins. Of course, they were all low-grade goods. He had too many of these two resources in his hands, and as Yi Xian's cultivation base increased, their usefulness had gradually decreased. It was just right to use them here. However, even though he had used a large amount of multi-pupil consciousness crystals and star core origins as the energy source for this attack, at this moment, when Yi Xian used the Heaven Falling Bow again, the small golden bow that was originally suspended above his sea of consciousness still absorbed a large amount of Yi Xian's physical strength, blood, cultivation base, spiritual power, and life force. It was not that he did not prepare enough energy, but that this divine ability had been branded in his flesh and soul. To activate it, most of the energy consumption could be prepared in advance, but to activate this small golden bow in his sea of consciousness, Yi Xian still had to rely on his own strength to complete it. A strong sense of weakness hit Yi Xian. Although it was not as extreme as when he used the heaven-falling bow's divine ability the previous 2 times, he still had the illusion that his soul was dizzy. After paying such a price, if he still could not kill or severely injure Long Kuei, all of this would not be worth it. As this thought flashed through his mind, a fierce light burst out of Yi Xian's eyes. He suddenly said in a cold voice, "This bow is called the heaven-falling bow. Today, this prince will use the power of this bow to send you to heaven." As these words rang out, wisps of strange golden brilliance began to burst out from the depths of Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his right hand, grabbed the arrow's tail, and suddenly exerted force, instantly drawing the bow to its full length. At the same time, a huge illusory figure appeared behind him. It was almost as tall as the sky and was 100,000 feet tall. It seemed to be a little smaller than the 100,000-meter-wide starry sky fortress. However, for some unknown reason, this ferocious illusory figure gave off a feeling of disdain and a terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to destroy the world. This illusory figure was the ancient Yiksha that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance picture of the heaven-falling bow. The previous 2 times Yi Xian had used the heaven-falling bow's divine ability, the ancient Yiksha illusory figure had not appeared behind him. This time, even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by its unexpected appearance. He did not think too much about it and simply attributed it to his own growth in strength and the fact that he had reached the planet realm. As for whether it was true or not, now was not the time to delve into it. He would think about it later. In any case, it was not a bad thing. At least, the Yiksha illusory figure behind Yi Xian had boosted the momentum of his attack to the extreme. This illusory figure was simply too terrifying and sinister. It had a pair of huge wings on its back like a demon, and it exuded a thick and ancient aura from head to toe. There was also an incomparably sharp murderous aura that rushed toward him as soon as the illusory figure appeared. It made Long Kuei's heart beat violently, and a strong sense of life or death crisis surged in his heart. What is this? You. Long Kuei, who had originally held his head high and looked as if he was about to die, suddenly changed his expression, and his body began to tremble. He even stuttered as he cried out involuntarily. A coward was ultimately just a coward. In the face of the ancient Yiksha illusory figure and the inexplicable sense of life or death crisis, Long Kuei finally shrank back. Buzz, a murderous light flashed in his eyes, and a rapid buzzing sound rang out. The giant energy bow in Yi Xian's hand instantly emitted a blazing golden light. In the blink of an eye, it quickly condensed and poured into the arrow on the bowstring without missing a single drop. It whistled through the air and instantly traversed the boundless void, closing in on Long Kuei and shooting out with a loud bang. The golden energy arrow from the fallen sky bow whistled out from Yi Xian's hand as if it had teleported. In the next instant, it had already traversed a vast distance and appeared in front of Long Kuei without any suspense. Ah, this is impossible. Although he knew that Yi Xian's cultivation was definitely not as simple as the 3rd level of the planet realm that he revealed on the surface, but now, the other party had only casually attacked from afar, and it gave Long Kuei, who was a mystic light realm expert, a sense of danger that he would die in the next instant. How could he be so strong? This was illogical. Unwillingness and doubt flashed through Long Kuei's mind in an instant, and he let out a miserable howl as if he had gone mad. In fact, before the golden arrow left the fallen sky bow in Yi Xian's hand, he had already turned around. As the deputy supervisor of the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation, and as a member of the imperial family of the Eternal Dynasty, Long Kuei obviously had many life-saving treasures. Just as his body suddenly turned around and fled for his life, a green soul crystal appeared behind him. A drop of soul blood was clearly flowing within the translucent green soul crystal. Soul crystals could be formed by experts above the black hole realm. Once successfully formed, it was like a substitute for death. However, the price to pay for that drop of soul blood was extremely heavy, and ordinary experts rarely formed one. Those who truly formed one were either so strong that they did not care about losing a drop of soul blood, or they were extremely afraid of death. Long Kuei obviously belonged to the latter. At this moment, the aura of this soul crystal instantly surged and replaced Long Kuei's body, attracting the aura of the whistling golden arrow to lock onto it. At the same time that the aura of the soul crystal surged, Long Kuei happened to step into the Federation's stronghold. This guy seemed to have forgotten the impassioned words he had said half a minute ago and was running away like a stray dog. No matter what, he had lost a lot of face this time. At this critical juncture of life and death, the turtle head that should have shrunk back had shrunk back. Boom. Chapter 3085. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios run this cyan soul crystal was Long Kuei's life replacement item, and it was extremely precious. However, it was destroyed today. This matter made his heart ache. After all, the cyan soul crystal contained a drop of his soul blood. Even Mystic Light Realm experts didn't have much soul blood. Every drop of soul blood he used was a great loss. Furthermore, this kind of soul crystal was extremely complicated and painful to refine. It was impossible to refine another soul crystal after using one. However, even though his heart ached, he couldn't care less at this moment. Yi Fuqian had expected that Prince Xian's current level of cultivation was definitely not weak. He was at least at the origin realm. After all, the Tianji clan was willing to spend so much on him. They couldn't just sit by and watch his cultivation level be too low. Even if Prince Xian didn't work hard, the Tianji clan would definitely think of ways to raise his cultivation level. Even so, Long Kuei did not expect Prince Xian to be so strong. Although the arrow just now could not kill him in an instant, it was completely possible for it to cause him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although part of the reason for this was because the divine ability Prince Xian had used was too strange and too powerful, Long Kuei believed that Prince Xian's current cultivation was at least in the Grotto Heaven realm, even if he hadn't reached the Mystic Light realm yet. Damn this guy. He's in the 10th Great Realm, but he only shows the cultivation of the 4th Great Realm, the Planet Realm. What a jerk. With such resentment, the moment Long Kuei stepped into the federal fortress, he roared and gave the order, "What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for the enemy to blast you? Jump, start jumping now." At this moment, there was only one thought in Long Kuei's mind. Run. Run, 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 the faster the better. In fact, when he stepped out of the Federation's fortress, he had already given the order to start charging the space jump. Even the charging of the death ray cannons was compromised because of this. It was just for show. At that time, Long Kuei had already analyzed the situation clearly. No matter what, Prince Xian had revealed his trump cards at all costs. This was enough to prove that he was a spy from the Tianji clan. Just this point alone made Long Kuei undefeatable. In that case, there was really no need to stay here and waste time with the other party. At most, he would put on a show and immediately perform a space jump, bringing the Federation fortress away and returning to the Undying Star as soon as possible. The other party was also a Starry Sky fortress, which was of the same grade as the Federation fortress that he was in charge of. As long as he took the initiative and jumped through space first, it wouldn't be easy for Prince Xian to catch up to him even if he immediately chased after him. In fact, it might even be impossible. This guy was a lunatic. This could be seen from the fact that in order to rescue Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he had completely revealed his background. This kind of lunatic could go crazy at any time. Wouldn't it be a waste to take a shot from him? It was precisely because of this consideration that Long Kuei had already changed his decision before he stepped out of the Federation fortress. The charging speed of the death ray cannons was slowed down to the minimum, just for show. However, the space jump system of the Federation fortress was secretly charging at full power. Space jump, as a life-saving method, charged very quickly. Although it had only been a minute, in reality, the entire charging process had just finished. The Federation fortress immediately began a space jump. As a dim light flashed, the huge Starry Sky fortress disappeared in an instant. The starry sky void where it was originally located trembled slightly and let out a faint buzzing sound. He actually ran away. After all this time, it turns out that the words of the deputy supervisor of the Federation are also farts. This result surprised Yi Xian greatly. The other party's identity was there. No matter whether it was in the Wan Luo Federation Overwatch Council or in the Undying Dynasty, he was extremely prominent. However, the words he had just said were farts in the blink of an eye. No one would have expected such a situation. He could only blame the other party for being too shameless. He was simply too shameless. Unwilling to accept this, Yi Xian immediately gave the order for all the mosquito beasts and soldiers to return to their nests. After that, with a wave of his hand, the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint were all stored into the undying world within his body. Yi Xian stepped into the lightning fortress and immediately gave the order to pursue at full speed. With a buzzing sound, the lightning fortress immediately began a space jump and rumbled away at full speed. An hour later, tens of millions of miles away from the wormhole entrance where the two starry sky fortresses were previously facing each other, in a vast galaxy void, the originally calm and waterless universe void suddenly seemed to be disturbed by an external force. Suddenly, a layer of invisible ripples appeared. Faintly, there seemed to be a buzzing sound of space trembling extremely violently. A starry sky fortress with the insignia of the Wan Luo Federation engraved on its hull suddenly appeared in this void without any warning. Without stopping for a moment, it immediately sped towards the nearest wormhole entrance at full speed. This ship was the Starry Sky Fortress that belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council and was commanded by Long Kuei. Even for a Starry Sky Fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, not to mention the wormhole jump, if it only used the Starry Sky Fortress's jumping ability to launch an extreme distance space jump, it would still not be able to continuously perform it. Just like how a cannon barrel needed to be cooled down, after the Starry Sky Fortress's space jump equipment had been fully operated once, it also needed a buffer period before it could perform a second jump. This buffer period, after a full-load extreme jump, would be at least 12 hours, which was half a day. Therefore, after completing an extreme jump, this Federation fortress could only use this method of traveling at full speed to rush towards the nearest wormhole. Although it was very likely that the Tianji Ray Silver Fortress chasing after them was of the same grade as Long Kuei's Federation fortress, the enemy's Death Ray cannon had long since finished charging. The terrifying Death Ray energy beam with a diameter of 20,000 meters could be fired at any moment. However, Long Kuei's Federation fortress was different. The entire Starry Sky Fortress's kinetic energy was already in a state of full operation. In order to ensure full speed travel, it had no time to charge the main cannon of the Starry Sky Fortress. If it chose the latter, its speed would definitely decrease greatly. At that time, before the main cannon of the Starry Sky Fortress could finish charging, the Silver Fortress chasing after it would have already caught up. At that time, when that crazy Long Xian fired his cannon, even a supreme existence like Long Kuei, who had the cultivation of the mystic light realm, would feel extremely uncomfortable even if the terrifying Death Ray cannon energy beam brushed past him. Even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. The two Starry Sky Fortresses were of the same level, but because the Silver Fortress had the upper hand and was already prepared, it was able to completely control the situation as soon as they met. Right now, Long Kuei was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, he had no other choice but to escape. Chapter 3086. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Uproar. As the Federation fortress commanded by Long Kuei suddenly appeared in the void, it continued to move forward at an extremely high speed without stopping for a moment before quickly disappearing. About 10 minutes later, not far away, the void of the galaxy, which had just returned to normal, once again rippled with a layer of formless ripples. The same buzzing sound of the void trembling rang out. Immediately after, Yi Xian's lightning fortress appeared. It paused for a few seconds to confirm the direction, then immediately swept out with a loud rumble, turning into a silver ray of light as it chased forward at an extremely high speed. The position it had locked onto was precisely the direction of the void where Long Kuei's Federation fortress had disappeared 10 minutes ago. Although the two interstellar fortresses were of the same level, both were entry-level standard fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, the Federation fortress commanded by Long Kuei was somewhat different from Yi Xian's lightning fortress. After all, the former was built by the human race's science and technology camp in the Third Universe, while the latter was a product of the Tianji clan in the first universe. Although the general configuration and functions were similar, there was still a slight difference in the performance index. The official members of the Tianji clan were all intelligent robots that had developed self-awareness. True members of the Celestial clan couldn't do the hard work of building battleships, space fortresses, and interstellar fortresses themselves, but the technology was still under their control. The actual execution was done by the highly intelligent robots that hadn't yet developed their own sentience. There was no doubt about the creativity of the human race. Among the thousands of races in the universe, there was a reason why the human race could be called the leader of all living things. However, when it came to mechanical manufacturing technology, the human race was really no match for the intelligent robots of the Tianji clan. Apart from the human pioneer of star-sky technology, Xingbo, among the current human race experts, even the imperial preceptor of the everlasting dynasty, D-Heir, dared not say that he was superior to the Tianji clan in this aspect. In fact, D-Heir was also an intelligent robot. Usually, no one would pay too much attention to the slight difference in mechanical manufacturing between the human race and the robots. Even the existence of such a slight difference could not be truly confirmed. However, at this moment, as the two starry fortresses that belonged to the human race and the androids, which were respectively built by the human race and the androids respectively, were chasing each other in the vast void of Universe 3, this originally extremely weak gap was vividly displayed like never before. The two space fortresses had used all of their kinetic energy to increase their sailing speed. They were moving at full speed in the void. However, the distance between the two was constantly shrinking, and Lightning Fortress, which was closely following behind, was getting closer and closer. After only a day's time, the void distance that was originally 10 minutes at full speed was shortened to about 8 minutes. At this rate, Lightning Fortress would be able to catch up with the Federation Fortress in another 4 days. As for the Federation Fortress, even if it entered the universe wormhole again and again, it would not be able to reach the immortal planet in 4 days. The two interstellar fortresses, which had a diameter of 100,000 meters, were as if they had gone crazy. They displayed extreme speed, chasing one another endlessly in the void of the galaxy. Such a scene could not be said to be unprecedented, but at least it had not appeared in the third universe. Along the way, all of the strong men of the Federation, or the existences in the commercial fleet, after seeing this scene, without exception, had a shocked and stunned expression on their faces. The interstellar fortress in front of them was clearly engraved with the emblem of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. Could it be a dream? In the third universe, there was actually someone who dared to chase after the interstellar fortress of the Overwatch Council, the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, as if they were chasing a dog. It was as if they would not give up until they killed it. When did such a fierce person appear in the third universe? In the command hall on the top floor of the Federation Fortress. Bah! Damn it! It is clearly the same standard entry-level fortress. Why is that little bastard behind us getting closer and closer? This is too much of a bully. Long Kuei fiercely slammed the analysis report in his hand on the table in front of him, gritting his teeth and cursing endlessly. This report was the result of the analysis that the Central Intelligence of the Federation Fortress had just obtained after rigorous calculations. It clearly stated the exact time that the interstellar fortress behind them would be within the firing range of the death ray cannon. If the speed of the two interstellar fortresses did not change, then it would only take 3 days, 10 hours, and 47 minutes for the enemy fortress to be within the firing range of the death ray cannon. I must ask for help from the dynasty. Even if I use wormholes again and again, I will definitely not be able to reach the immortal star in less than 4 days. Long Kuei, who was full of anger, forced himself to calm down as his chest violently heaved up and down. He said to himself, however, if the headquarters of the Federation receives the request for help and immediately sends the interstellar fortress fleet over, it will be enough to meet up with me before that madman behind us gets within the firing range of the interstellar fortress. Then, there will be nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Long Kuei's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned his head and gave a new order to the communications officer beside him. Immediately contact the Federation's main network and request the headquarters of the Federation to immediately send the interstellar fortress fleet over to help make the situation more serious. Just say that this deputy supervisor has already verified that Prince Xian has betrayed the dynasty and was bought over by the Tianji clan. Not only does he have the interstellar fortress that the Tianji clan gave him, he even has an army of 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 void-swallowing beasts. The so-called genius of the dynasty, the so-called pride of the human race, and the idol of the Federation, is just a typical example of the opposite that the Tianji clan deliberately supported at all costs with ulterior motives. As for this supervisor, it was precisely because I discovered this shocking secret that I was desperately ambushed and hunted down by Prince Xian. Although this supervisor is not afraid, considering that this information must be sent back to the headquarters of the Federation, including witnesses, I could only choose to endure and flee all the way back to the dynasty. Let's put it this way. That's the gist of it. You can think of the specific wording carefully. After he finished speaking, Long Kuei waved his hand, and a relieved smile finally appeared on his face. Although he was quite frightened this time, at least with this great contribution, everything was worth it. At the side, the communications officer, who had hurriedly finished his statement, immediately turned around and rushed toward the interstellar fortress's main control hub. Looking at his face, it was obvious that his forehead was full of black lines. Clearly, he was quite shocked. Half a day later, a heavy bomb was suddenly thrown into the official website of the Wanluo Federation without warning. Prince Xian was actually a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, he was on the Starry Sky main route from the heavenly underworld star to the imperial capital, the Immortal Star. He was desperately chasing after the Federation's deputy supervisor, Long Kuei, who had dug out this shocking secret. He wanted to silence him. Although this matter only appeared and spread in the form of gossip, the source was said to be from the federal headquarters, the Overwatch Council. Therefore, in the shortest amount of time, it blew up countless powerhouses of the human clan in the entire third universe. They were all fried on the outside and tender on the inside. Chapter 3087. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 4th Order Planet Warrior. As this shocking secret spread rapidly, countless powerhouses from the three universes were all stunned in an instant. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the human race of the third universe. Now, Prince Xian's reputation was so great that he had almost become the pride of the entire human race. The Tenju Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp was slightly better, but on the Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology Camp, almost all of the young generation of Starry Sky Masters were fans of Prince Xian. Such a monstrous change was obviously unacceptable. As the news spread, the countless administrative planets in the three empires of the entire Immortal Dynasty and the territories of a large number of small countries were completely thrown into chaos. Doubts, protests, and angry curses resounded through the sky. Most of them were in support of Prince Xian. The same scene occurred in the Cultivation Camp and the Second Universe, but it was far from being as intense as it was on the Immortal Dynasty's side. The officials of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe seemed to be enjoying the show. On the surface, they didn't make any comments, but in private, the higher-ups of the various races were probably overjoyed. Regardless of whether this was true or not, this time, the human race had lost a lot of face. After all, although Long Kuei was the deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, he was also a human and a collateral member of the Immortal Dynasty. It seemed that Prince Xian would have to call him uncle when he saw him. If he revealed such shocking secrets with such a sensitive identity, it would only be the human race and the Eternal Dynasty that would be embarrassed if the truth was not verified. Nobody would deliberately consider his position as the deputy supervisor of the Federation. Compared to the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, who were gloating, the Tianji race of the First Universe and its hundreds of slave races were obviously even more confused. The hundreds of slave races in the First Universe, including the demon race, were still fine. However, whether or not Prince Xian was a spy that the Tianji race had secretly nurtured and supported was something they couldn't be sure of. Their hearts were filled with suspicion. At most, they could only make wild guesses and nothing more. But the Tianji race was different, especially some of the higher-ups. After suddenly hearing this news, almost all of the core higher-ups of the Tianji race were dumbfounded. What was the human race playing at? Had the infighting of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family reached such a deranged state? Even Prince Xian, who had such a great reputation and was the pride of the royal family of the three universes, dared to slander him? And say that he was a spy of the human race bribed by the Tianji race? The hole in his brain was simply catching up to the skylight. Less than half a day later, after a period of shock and not knowing whether to laugh or cry, the Heavenly Legacy Race's base camp suddenly issued an edict, informing all the administrative planets of the First Universe's servant 100 races that the First Universe's arrest warrant issued against Prince Xian was completely cancelled. Hope that Prince Xian could escape from the human race and turn to the embrace of the Immortal Dynasty. The gate of the Immortal Dynasty race, the Immortal Dynasty, Xian, that Prince Xian Li. This was the news was realm race realm. World Xian Zhou Xian realm. Xian Studio, and Xian was Xian Studio News. Xian to say, X. Even some of the prince's fans were shaken and fell into silence. But even more people were still supporting Prince Xian, pointing out that this was just the Tianji race's deliberate plan to confuse the public. They wanted to make the Third Universe, and even the entire myriad Luo Federation, even more chaotic. However, no matter what kind of opinion they held, at this moment, the gazes of the countless human clan masters in the Third Universe were all focused on the same star field. In that star sector, Prince Xian and the Federation's supervisor Long Kuei were having a great time chasing after each other. They were chasing after each other as if they had gone mad and didn't give up. Those who fled were chased like stray dogs, and they were in a sorry state. In fact, the gazes that were paying attention to that star sector were not limited to the human race in the Third Universe. Even the various races of the Federation in the Second Universe, as well as the Tianji race and their servant races in the First Universe, were all paying close attention to all the news from the Third Universe that was related to this star sector. No one knew what kind of situation this sudden incident would develop into. But this question had unwittingly tugged at the heartstrings of countless experts in the three universes. As the person involved and even the instigator of this incident, Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. He didn't even know that Long Kuei had already officially reported the conclusion that he was a spy of the Tianji race to the Federation's Overwatch Council while he was running for his life. Of course, even if Yi Xian knew all this, he didn't care. When he decided to use such a high-profile and tough method to rescue Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he had already anticipated that such a situation would occur. From a certain point of view, all of this was actually what Yi Xian wanted to see. His goal was to use the final result of this incident to make a statement to his royal brother, who had been eyeing him covetously, and most likely had been secretly plotting against him for a long time, as well as the upper echelons of the royal family that supported him behind the scenes. If one had to insist on saying that it was a show of strength, it was actually not impossible. At least, Yi Xian would not deny it. As for what the final result of this incident would be, on this point, perhaps countless experts in the three universes were secretly guessing and analyzing, but for Yi Xian, he had already confirmed it without a doubt long before he officially launched the operation. Right now, what he needed to do, and what he was doing, was to turn this result, which could not possibly have any suspense, into an established fact bit by bit. In this regard, Yi Xian had a well-thought-out plan. Therefore, in the past 1.5 days, although Thunderbolt had been chasing at full speed like a madman, Yi Xian, who was in the Commander-in-Chief cabin on the top floor of Thunderbolt Fortress, had been extremely calm and collected. Even the control of Thunderbolt Fortress had been temporarily handed over to Zhuo Fengtai. As for Yi Xian himself, he sat cross-legged on the sofa in the Commander-in-Chief's resting area as if no one else was around. He took out a small pile of Star Core Origin and took a break from his busy schedule to start cultivating, according to the calculations and analysis of the devouring system, under the premise of maintaining the current speed. It would take at least 3 days to catch up with that stray dog in front of them and get within the range of the fortress's antimatter death ray cannons. For other human experts, 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye, so it was meaningless to cultivate or not. But for Yi Xian, 3 days of all-out cultivation was enough for him to make another small breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Since he had nothing to do, why not chase after the dog and raise his cultivation realm to 4th Order Planet Warrior at the same time? Chapter 3088. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Body Odor. Previously, when Yi Xian had used the primordial super ability Skyfall Bow once again, he had been prepared. He had used a large amount of Star Core Origin and Multi-Pupil Essence Crystal as the energy source to absorb them in advance and store them in the devouring system. When the Skyfall Bow was activated, it was immediately transferred out and injected into the small golden bow. Therefore, the amount of cultivation, spirit power, chi and blood force, life force, and so on that had been taken away from his body was actually not much this time. It was far from the level where he was able to achieve a breakthrough like the last time in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. However, there was still the effect of digging out his potential. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. For Yi Xian, this was the best time to make another breakthrough. And it was indeed so. When the last 2 hours of the third day had passed, the Star Core Origin energy from the devouring system completely stopped. Yi Xian relaxed and opened his eyes. The next moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your realm has increased. Current realm, 4th Order Planet Warrior. Only a few more hours, and I will be within the range of the Death Ray Cannon? After getting up from the sofa, Yi Xian took back the temporary control of Lightning Fortress from Zhua Fengtai's hands. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle and ordered it to enter it. After all, he was the commander of the demon tribe's foreign tribe. He was considered to be one of the higher-ups of the demon tribe. Even though he had become Yi Xian's demon slave, it was still not suitable for him to show up in Universe 3. At least for now. Anyway, he was not the only Origin Realm subordinate under Yi Xian. There was no regret or helplessness in temporarily hiding him. After putting away the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the huge virtual screen of the command cabin on the top floor of Lightning Fortress. On the screen was a dark and endless void of the galaxy. It was dotted with countless stars of varying brightness. Right in front of him was a huge mysterious star that looked like a nebula vortex. That was one of the more than 10 wormholes on the main space route from Heavenly Underworld Star to Immortal Star. In the past 3 days, Long Kuei's Federation Stronghold and Yi Xian's Lightning Stronghold had completed a total of 3 wormhole jumps. The distance was both short and long, but at the very least, it was far beyond the limit of what the Starry Sky Stronghold could reach. Otherwise, it would have been meaningless to enter a wormhole and perform a space jump in this kind of space. The nebula-like vortex in front of them was the entrance to the 4th wormhole. In fact, it should be the 5th wormhole that was not included. The closest wormhole to planet Heavenly Underworld Star was not included in it. That was the start of the chase from there. At this moment, Long Kuei's light blue fortress happened to arrive at the edge of the wormhole. Without any hesitation, it dived into the wormhole and disappeared. Lightning Fortress followed closely behind. After 1 minute and 23 seconds, it also entered the wormhole entrance. Although a wormhole jump was not a normal interstellar travel, the speed of the jump was also related to the performance of the warship. Regardless of whether it was a warship, a fortress, or a space fortress, or the same wormhole, it was impossible for 2 warships of the same level to spend the same amount of time in this process. There would always be a difference in speed, even if the difference was very small. Currently, the distance between Lightning Fortress and Long Kuei's Federation Fortress was only 1 minute and 23 seconds at full speed. According to the analysis of the devouring system, this 1 minute and 23 seconds difference could be completely erased by Lightning Fortress during the current wormhole jump. It might even exceed it by a little. The jump distance of this wormhole was not close. Even if it was a space fortress, with its jump equipment operating at full capacity, the time it would stay in the wormhole would still be close to 6 hours. Although the performance of the space jump equipment of Lightning Fortress was only slightly better than that of Long Kuei's Federation Fortress, to the point of being negligible, the entire 6-hour jump only shortened the distance between the two by 1 minute and 23 seconds. This was obviously no pressure at all. The analysis of the devouring system actually gave it 2 minutes and 3 seconds. In other words, although Yi Xian's Lightning Fortress entered the wormhole right after Long Kuei, when this wormhole jump was completed and they arrived at the exit on the other side of the wormhole, Lightning Fortress would silently overtake Long Kuei and rush out of the wormhole exit 40 seconds in advance. 40 seconds was enough for Yi Xian to complete some necessary arrangements in the space near the exit on the other side of the wormhole. Let's see how you escape this time. A light flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. As he spoke softly, a faint smile slowly appeared on his face. He did not rest for the last 6 hours. His mind was spinning rapidly as he reorganized everything. After confirming that there were no oversights, Yi Xian immediately began all kinds of preparations. 40 seconds was really not a lot of time. Wang. The space vibrated at a terrifyingly high frequency. It was far beyond the limits of the space oscillator equipped on the 10,000-meter diameter space fortress. This was clearly the space oscillation effect produced by the super oscillator equipped on the space fortress. Moreover, it was at full power and at full capacity. The space oscillation effect of this intensity would cause even a 10,000-meter diameter space fortress to feel as if it had fallen into an extremely sticky swamp. Normal navigation would be difficult to continue. An ordinary 3,000-meter-long stellar-level warship could even be directly shaken to the point of being extinguished. Needless to say, a 1,000-meter-long planet-level warship would be even more so. If the quality of the warship was slightly lower, it would probably disintegrate before long. As for a 10,000-meter-long space fortress of the same level, although it would not be so difficult to move, if it was caught off guard and accidentally entered a space with such a strong oscillation effect, even if it was originally flying at full speed, once it entered the area of oscillation, its speed would instantly drop by 70%. The remaining 30% of its speed would also be undulating like a small boat floating at the mouth of the storm. Long Kuei's Federation Fortress was in such a situation at this time. He had just rushed out of the wormhole when he encountered such a situation. This made him so angry that he was about to explode. In this kind of situation, even a fool would be able to guess who was waiting outside the wormhole and activating the stronghold-level space oscillator. It wasn't that Long Kuei hadn't thought that Yi Xian might be able to overtake him in this wormhole jump. He'd even made some preparations to deal with it, but he never thought that the other party would actually use such a harmful move. What was the difference between this and pouring a large pot of oil in front of someone's house? The moment they stepped out of the wormhole, they would fall flat on their backs. This was simply too dirty. In addition, because they had just rushed out of the wormhole and immediately entered the area of oscillation, their speed dropped by 70%. The effect was clearly like the sudden break of a starry sky-level warship. Therefore, while the entire Federation fortress came to a halt, a large number of Federation supervisors in the top-floor command module were thrown off their feet and rolled on the ground. Chapter 3089. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Certain death. As the Federation fortress charged out of the wormhole, its extreme speed encountered the effect of the space oscillation and was momentarily stopped. As a result, it suddenly came to a halt. The entire Federation fortress was in chaos. Even the command cabin on the top floor was like a pot of porridge. Everyone was rolling around on the floor and squeezing into a pile. However, this chaos did not last for too long. After all, this was a starry sky fortress. Although it was still under the effect of the space oscillation, the initial panic caused by the sudden stop disappeared in a few short seconds. The entire fortress was still shaking, but it was not to the point where people could not even stand steadily. After the green-faced Long Kuei climbed to his feet, the first thing he did was roar, "Damn Tianji clan! Damned Long Xian! Also, who among you has body odor? Damn it, stand up and get out of the top floor immediately. Otherwise, when I find out later, humph." Hearing that the first thing he investigated after climbing to his feet was this matter, all of the Federation officials around him looked at each other, their faces full of shock. The purplish warbler and Naples rolled their eyes and did not pay him any attention. Their gazes swept toward the giant virtual screen not far away at the same time. They clearly could not understand how Long Kuei had almost reached out to strangle himself and kill himself just now because of the smell. Although the sudden stop had caught them off guard, because the two of them were sitting on the sofa and had their backs to the Federation fortress, their bodies were blocked by the sofa. They were not like most of the other people who were thrown to the ground by the terrifying force of inertia and rolled into a pile. In the crowd, a Federation official quickly withdrew from the top-floor command cabin with his neck shrunk. This was clearly the unlucky person with body odor. Looking at his deathly pale expression, he presumably also realized his end. It was clearly impossible for him to just leave the top-floor command cabin. This matter had to be carefully calculated later. If it was serious, he would not be able to keep his life. If it was light, he would be expelled from the Overwatch Council. In any case, it was over. Following this person's departure, Long Kuei, whose chest was still rising and falling violently, temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. His gaze quickly swept toward the holographic virtual screen. Then, he was slightly startled and immediately laughed sinisterly. That little bastard is quite bold. He actually dared to use this move? Did he really think I was scared? The giant virtual screen displayed the scene of the void in front of them. Thousands of miles away, a silver Tianji clan fortress was blocking the front. Behind it, 3 demon scout fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were lined. In the void on the left and the right Warbler, the Federation fortress, which had just rushed out of the wormhole, was completely surrounded, the Federation fortress. They could either retreat and return to the wormhole. Otherwise, no matter which direction they chose to break through, they would encounter resistance. Coupled with the effect of the extreme vibration of space, the possibility of escaping from this area was basically zero. The current situation was exactly the same as the one that had happened before. Unfortunately, the same method could be used the first time, but the second time, the effect might not be the same. At least for now, Long Kuei did not care. He already had a plan in mind. Calculating the time, the inspection fleet of the Federation Overwatch Council on the immortal planet should have arrived. If there were no accidents, they would be here in at most 4 to 6 hours. At that time, with the arrival of the inspection fleet, everything would be easily solved. What Long Kuei needed to do was to delay the time as much as possible. You should be able to guess. On the immortal planet, the fleet of the Federation Overwatch Council is rushing here to help. If there are no accidents, they will most likely arrive immediately. Stepping out of the top cabin of the fortress, Long Kuei's figure stood in the void and looked at Yi Xian, who had been waiting for a long time in the void. His tone was full of ridicule and confidence. So, I advise you to get the hell out of here before they arrive. You are about to lose your life. Why are you still so pretentious and worried about the life and death of others? Don't mention the death ray cannon to me. No matter where you hit, I can guarantee that Naples and the purplish warbler will not be spared. This kind of threat has already appeared once. How can I not be prepared? Besides, although the magic you used before was amazing and could seriously injure me, the deputy supervisor, this kind of magic must consume a lot of energy, right? At least, it will not be completely recovered in a few days. Don't try to use it to scare people. I can see that you are bluffing. You should end this as soon as possible. Humph, if it were not for the fact that I am too lazy to waste my energy to deal with a dying man and delay the time, I would not have said these words to you. This imperial uncle is too lazy to even say these words of advice to you. My good nephew, this time, you are completely finished. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, Long Kuei could not restrain himself. He raised his head and laughed wildly. This time, he had made a great contribution. In the future, his position in the headquarters of the Federation would be improved. When the time came, he could remove the word deputy in front of his official hat and become one of the few supreme elders in the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. Then, even the everlasting dynasty would not be able to do anything to him. You are right. On the opposite side, in the void thousands of kilometers away, Yi Xian was still standing on the back of the 8-star imperial ladle. He had his hands behind his back and looked calm. After listening to Long Kuei's words, he even grinned and shrugged. Apparently, he was not stressed at all. But there is a slight difference. I don't dare to use the death ray cannon, and I don't want to use the heaven falling bow again. But the latter is not my trump card. Even the method that will send you to the Western Paradise is the same. You want me to use my trump card? You are not worthy. Whoosh. When the last word left his mouth, Yi Xian waved his hand. A faint blood-red light rushed out from his palm and instantly shot out. The sound of it breaking through the air was deafening. This blood-red light was the Weeping Soul blood horn. During the last wormhole jump, Yi Xian had obtained a mysterious mark from the headless baby corpse that could control the blood horn. It could be said that Long Kuei's death was already predestined at that moment. After the blood-red light rushed out from Yi Xian's right palm, it grew with the wind. Its speed was so fast that it was basically no different from breaking through the void and descending directly. In less than an instant, a gigantic blood-colored horn had already appeared above Long Kuei's head. A terrifying pressure that caused even his mind to shatter enveloped him with a rumble, instantly imprisoning his body. Not to mention walking, the reason why he was able to stand straight and not lie down was actually because all the muscles in his body had completely stiffened, and his knees could not bend down. This. Chapter 3090. Boom. Screech, an incomparably shrill shriek resounded. The Weeping Soul blood horn that was like a ferocious creature of the heavens and earth suddenly shook above Long Kuei. Boom. At practically the exact same time, Long Kuei, whose figure had been completely restrained by the pressure of the bloody horn, exploded into a mist of blood and flesh without any suspense. Before he died, he didn't even have the time to say a complete sentence of his last words. Immediately after, the mist of blood and flesh that had been rapidly exploding suddenly shrank, as if there was a huge suction force that appeared and sucked all of them into the Weeping Soul blood horn. Whoosh! After doing all this, the blood horn didn't stop at all. After circling for a moment, it immediately returned the way it came. In less than a breath's time, it once again turned into a faint blood-colored light and entered Yi Xian's body from his chest, completely disappearing. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, like a fleeting glimpse, but the result of the Weeping Soul blood horn in less than 3 seconds was enough to shock the world. A supreme existence with the cultivation of the mystic light realm, which was the 11th realm, was gone so easily. It was so easy and casual that it couldn't even crush an ant to death with such ease. Even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by this. Although he was sure that Long Kuei would definitely die this time, it was still a little too shocking that the Weeping Soul blood horn could kill a mystic light realm expert so easily. After all, the strongest expert it had crushed before was the 9-star Ladybird Emperor in the Black Hole of Life, who was an existence of the Void Transformation Realm. Although the difference between the Void Transformation Realm and the Mystic Light Realm was only one realm, the further one went, the more obvious the difference between the two adjacent realms was. Even the difference of a small realm within the same realm was like heaven and earth. Crushing a Void Transformation Realm expert and crushing a Mystic Light Realm expert were two completely different concepts. It seems that this prince's estimation of the strength of the Weeping Soul blood horn was a little too conservative. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself. However, the opponent changed from the Void Transformation Realm to the Mystic Light Realm, but it still crushed him without any suspense, and the time it took was even shorter. This is clearly not scientific. Could it be that the power of the blood horn has increased? The infant corpse has been refining it all this time? In addition, the 9-star Ladybird Empress didn't seem to absorb like this before. Today's method is a bit brutal. It directly caused the opponent's divine soul and body to explode, turning them into a bloody mist and swallowing them like a whale. Could it be that this is also due to the influence of the infant corpses? In the meantime, in the command cabin on the top floor of the Fortress of the Federation in the void up ahead, a lot of gasps were echoing non-stop. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at the giant virtual screen on the top floor of the command cabin. Through this virtual screen, they saw a Mystic Light Realm expert being crushed to death in less than 3 seconds like an ant. Their souls were destroyed, turning into flesh and blood to fuel the Slayer's ferocious flames. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. Heavens, he's in the Mystic Light Realm. After being stunned for a full 4 to 5 seconds, the purplish warbler finally closed her mouth. However, the look in her eyes became even more complicated. As she muttered to herself, she shook her head and sighed incessantly. She suddenly felt a strong sense of self-mockery. Prince Xian could even kill a supreme existence in the mystic light realm in an instant. With such terrifying strength and methods, he didn't even have the slightest bit of danger in the Demon Dweller star zone of the first universe. Was her previous worries in vain? Naples, who was at the side, clearly felt the same. When the purplish warbler sighed, he also recovered from his daze. The expression on his face quickly turned awkward, and even slightly red. It was obvious that he was a little embarrassed. Previously, he had been complacent about having saved the Emperor this time, but now it seemed that he was just deceiving himself. The strongest expert in the Demon Dweller star zone, the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, was only at the 10th realm, the Profound Void realm. As long as Prince Xian didn't go to the central region of the first universe and cause trouble, no one would be able to easily take him down. Even if an upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race with cultivation above the Mystic Light realm came to the Demon Dweller star zone, even if the prince couldn't beat them, couldn't he just run away? Just that stunning blood-colored horn from before was enough to buy some time. After all this time, this so-called rescue mission is completely meaningless in the eyes of the prince. He might even feel that we interrupted and didn't have enough fun. Naples turned his head and looked at the purplish warbler. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and an invisible force wrapped around the former's body. With a step, he brought the former out of the Federation fortress and appeared in the void outside the ship. The only Mystic Light realm expert in the entire Federation fortress was Long Kue. Now that he had died, there was no one left here who could stop Naples. In reality, he could have left at any time before, but because Long Kue was also at the 3rd level of the Mystic Light realm like him, Naples wasn't confident that he could successfully take the purplish warbler away under Long Kue's obstruction. Furthermore, Long Kue didn't have solid evidence that Prince Xian was a spy of the Heaven's Legacy race, so there was no need for the two of them to forcefully leave. If they did, it would be like running away for fear of punishment. However, it was different now. They had to immediately meet up with the prince and discuss a follow-up plan. Not only was Long Kue an upper echelon of the Thousand Luo Federation and the vice-head of the Overwatch Council, he was also a descendant of the royal family of the Eternal Dynasty. If one thought about it carefully, he was clearly Prince Xian's uncle. With his death, this matter had completely blown up. Deeply worried, Naples stepped out of the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation fortress and didn't stop at all. He immediately spread his body and rushed toward the void in the distance. After a short while, he arrived in front of Yi Xian. The three of them met again, but they didn't say anything. Naples smiled bitterly, and the purplish warbler sighed. However, Yi Xian acted as if nothing had happened. He grinned at the two of them and said, "How many days has it been? Don't tell me you've developed feelings for Long Kue so quickly. He's dead. Do you have to be like this?" Naturally, this was a joke. Furthermore, Yi Xian didn't say much. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned his head and swept his gaze toward the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers in the void in the distance. He gave the order to retreat. His goal was only to rescue Naples and the purplish warbler. Although it was more or less to kill Long Kue along the way and draw out some future hidden dangers ahead of time, he had resolved everything in one go. Now that Long Kue was dead, the effect was enough. Naturally, there was no need to continue making a ruckus. It was fine if Long Kue died, but the Federation fortress in front of them could not be touched. Otherwise, even if he could resolve it afterward, it would probably leave behind the impression that he had killed indiscriminately. It was very unwise. In short, what needed to be done was done. Let's retreat first and talk later. Boom. 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 Chapter 3091. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Senlin Fleet. Although the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation was located on the Immortal Planet, in reality, the Federation's status was above that of the Immortal Dynasty. The entire Wan Luo Federation was a colossal entity formed by the countless other races in the first and second universes. Even without mentioning the second universe, just in the first universe, it nominally ruled over the human race's technology and cultivation camps. The purpose of the Wan Luo Federation's existence was to fight against the Tianji race. During times of war with the Tianji race, the Federation had the right to transfer military power from all the races in the alliance. However, during times of no war, whether it was the human race's technology and cultivation camps or the countless other races in the second universe, they all minded their own business. The Federation would not interfere too much. However, even during times of no war, the Wan Luo Federation still controlled a powerful fleet. The Wan Luo Federation was just a federation. It did not have its own territory. Even the Federation headquarters in a certain area on the immortal planet was only borrowed. The authority to own it did not belong to the Wan Luo Federation. Of course, it could also be said that the entire first and second universes could be considered its territory. It was just a matter of opinion. An organization or power, regardless of whether it had territory or not, had to ensure the existence of an independent military force. Otherwise, the organization would not be able to continue existing and would not be able to effectively display the purpose of its existence. The Federation fleet in the hands of the Wan Luo Federation was formed at the beginning of the Federation's establishment based on the ratio of strength between all the races in the two universes. The size of the entire Federation fleet was not bad, and its combat power was strong. Although all the battleships in the fleet, including the service personnel on the battleships, came from the countless races and powers in the two universes, the command authority belonged to the Wan Luo Federation. Only the Federation headquarters could mobilize them. No other race, even the Immortal Dynasty headquarters, could interfere. The Federation headquarters had 8 academies. The Overwatch Council was one of them, and it was one of the more powerful academies. After all, it was a supervisory department, and its authority was there. The Sinlan fleet was a branch of the entire Federation fleet. It was under the control of the Overwatch Council and was equivalent to an independent internal inspection force. The reason it was called the Blue Fleet was because in this powerful fleet that only followed the orders of the Federation's Overwatch Council, all of the battleships, including the uniforms of the soldiers in the fleet, were blue and black. It was an extremely deep blue. Furthermore, since they were from the internal inspection force, they would either not make a move, or once they did, they would definitely be ruthless, giving off a cold and merciless feeling. This was where the name Sinlan came from. Turning his head, he saw a huge battleship in the distance. Without exception, the hull of the battleship was a deep blue. This was enough to explain their origins. It was one of the small action teams of the Sinlan fleet in the hands of the Overwatch Council. Since they belonged to the Overwatch Council of the Federation, their sudden arrival was clearly because they had received the instructions of the head inspector, the great imperial uncle, Long Huai. Neither the Federation headquarters nor the Everlasting Dynasty had the right to interfere in this matter. In other words, all of this was still an independent action of the Overwatch Council. It did not represent the attitude of the Wan Luo Federation, much less the position of the Everlasting Dynasty. As long as this premise existed, the situation was still within the scope of control. At least, this was what Yi Xian believed. Thus, even at this moment, he was still as calm and steady as ever. There was no sign of panic. 2 strongholds in the sky. 8 small strongholds of the cosmic level with a diameter of 50,000 meters. TSK, TSK, TSK. That old devil Long Huai is really generous. If we add in the one in front of the wormhole, won't I have to fight 1 against 3 and also add in 8 small strongholds with the nature of harassment? Looking at the Sinlan fleet in front of him that had just completed a space jump and was now approaching in formation with a rumble, the corners of Yi Xian's lips slowly curled into a mocking smile. He continued with a cold laugh, such an iron-blooded and ruthless suppression. How much does that great imperial uncle of mine want me to be finished before he can do this? Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this time his old eyes are blurred and he's about to kick an iron plate. I'm not a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze. At the very least, these few strongholds in the sky are far from enough. Yi Xian was only muttering these words to himself. There was no emotion in them at all. However, when they reached the ears of Naples and the purplish warbler beside him, it was no different from a series of claps of thunder exploding. It immediately made them open their mouths wide. They turned their heads to look at Yi Xian with faces full of shock. They were earnestly persuading him with words of advice. Prince, you're not thinking of staying behind to fight head-on with them, are you? My goodness, let's not talk about whether we can win or not. Just the consequences of doing this will definitely pierce through the sky. That's right, we can't continue like this. Right now, only Long Kuei is dead, so we can still salvage the situation. But if we start a war with the Sunlan fleet, it will be tantamount to completely breaking off relations with the Federation. Although the third universe is big, there will be no place for you to go. Impulse is the devil, you'll regret it after you do it. Your Highness, restrain yourself. You must restrain yourself. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't leave now, it will be too late if they open fire first. We have to guard against them using this kind of dirty trick. Who knows, maybe that Sir Supervisor is planning this kind of scheme. No matter what, he will first forcibly accuse them of framing us. Yes or no, although we're not afraid, the key is that we can't be tricked, right? That would be too unfair. The purplish warbler's bold speculation made Naples deeply agree with it. He immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice, as if he was worried that Yi Xian would not fall for it. His words were actually roundabout, and he even prepared a way out for Yi Xian. But the latter had no intention of backing down at all, not even a little bit. That's right, it really doesn't feel good to be tricked by others. We can't suffer this kind of loss, it's too sullen. So. The expression on his face remained the same as before. Yi Xian smiled as he turned around and glanced at Naples and Shenyuan Ziying respectively. The words that came out of his mouth instantly caused the hearts of the two of them, which had already reached their throats, to instantly calm down by more than half. Unfortunately, the style of the second half of the sentence changed in an instant. Yi Xian spoke while panting heavily, which shocked the two on the spot again. It was as if they had just been struck by lightning, and they were in a bad mood. That's why we can't let them open fire first. If we want to fight, we have to make the first move. We can't let them get the upper hand. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He stepped into the lightning stronghold. This was clearly the rhythm of giving orders. Chapter 3092. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Hongdul Yefeng. This blue fleet was indeed sent by the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, who was Long Xian's great imperial uncle, Long Huai, personally signed an order to come to their aid. However, Long Huai was the head of the Overwatch Council, a pillar of the royal family of the Eternal Dynasty, and a transcendent being who had surpassed the mystic light realm and stepped into the 12th realm, the Void Realm. Naturally, he couldn't personally lead a team. The temporary commander of the fleet in charge of this rescue mission was another deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council. That's right, Long Kuei was only one of the deputy supervisors of the Overwatch Council. For a colossal organization like the Wanluo Federation, its headquarters were only in the 8 great departments. The 8 heads also had transcendent statuses. Basically, they only expressed their opinions and made decisions on important decisions. The specific matters were actually handed over to the deputies to complete. Therefore, no matter which school the headmaster was from, it was absolutely impossible for them to only set up a deputy headmaster position. They had to at least ensure balance. With a few more deputies, they could check and balance each other. Only then could the headmaster be at ease. Not to mention the other 7 great departments of the Federation, just in the Overwatch Council of the Federation, Long Huai had set up as many as 6 deputy supervisors. One of them was basically vacant for a long time. Naturally, this was done deliberately. Leaving an empty position there would only further incite all the officials in the Overwatch Council below the deputy supervisor level. It was good to quench one's thirst by looking at plums. Among the 5 actual deputy supervisors, Long Kuei was one of them. The deputy supervisor who was entrusted by Long Huai to lead this blue fleet was Hongdu Laifeng. This person's appearance was that of a middle-aged expert in his 40s. He had a short beard and long hair. He was quite handsome. He didn't like to talk, but he always gave people an incomparably steady and mature feeling. His cultivation was also not bad, slightly stronger than Naples and Long Kue. He was at the 5th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Among the 5 deputy supervisors, Hongdu Lifeng was ranked first. If one really counted carefully, he could be considered Long Huai's most trusted aide. Even Long Kue, who was also a descendant of the Eternal Dynasty like Long Huai, was not as powerful as this person in front of Long Huai. Just this alone was enough to show his means and ability. Similarly, from the fact that Long Huai had sent Hongdu Lifeng over this time, it was obvious that he was determined to obtain Qin Shi, and he seemed to be deeply afraid that if it was any other assistant, Qin Shi would allow his imperial nephew to escape. At this moment, Hongdu Lifeng was standing in the command cabin on the top floor of Grim Wind, the flagship fortress of the Blue Fleet. Frowning, he watched the playback of a holographic image. The video lasted for only a dozen or so seconds, starting from the moment the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn appeared above Long Kue's head, until the moment when Naples and the Purplish Warbler stepped out and followed Yi Xian into Lightning Fortress and disappeared. At that time, although the fierce wind battleship was tens of thousands of miles away in the distant void, it wasn't difficult to record this holographic image through some secret means. Don't forget, this is Universe 3, the territory of the Wan Luo Federation. This was the 13th consecutive playback of this short holographic image. In the previous 12 replays, Hongdu Lifeng watched it seriously, as if he wanted to find some kind of clue from this short holographic image. Just this point alone was enough to prove that Long Huai's high regard for him was not accidental. A cultivation base of Mystic Light Realm Level 5 might not be much in the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, but there were definitely many people stronger than him. But when one's cultivation and position reached such a level, they were still able to maintain a calm heart like him. No matter what kind of situation or unforeseen event they faced, they were like a pool of stagnant water without any ripples of emotion. There was absolutely no one else like them. If it were any other deputy supervisor, they would be a little surprised when they suddenly saw the scene of Long Kue being killed in an instant. However, Hongdu Lifeng had watched this scene 13 times in a row, and the expression on his face and aura were as calm as ever. Even his eyes did not flicker in the slightest. At this moment, just as the 13th playback was about to end, a bright light finally burst out from the depths of his eyes, with a hint of joy. It was clear that he had obtained something. Immediately connect to the main network of the Federation. After that, directly contact the Overwatch Council. Say that I have important information that needs to be reported to the supervisor personally. As this bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes, Hongdu Lifeng turned his head to look at the communications officer beside him and issued a new order. But, the communications officer was startled and unconsciously glanced at the other holographic screen. Without thinking, he asked, "What about the silver fortress up ahead? We have just entered the range of the main ship's cannons. Furthermore, the death ray cannons need a certain amount of time to charge. What if the other side opens fire first?" The meaning behind his words was clearly a tactful question to Hongdu Lifeng as to whether or not he would also give the order to immediately begin charging at full power at the same time. Although he was a little worried and even suspected of overstepping his authority, he was, after all, a person in the situation. He was worried about his little life, so it was understandable for him to be more careful. Do as I say. There is no need to ask any more questions. Go and carry it out. Hongdu Lifeng's face still did not have any expression. He only turned his head again and swept a glance at the communications officer, but he quickly moved it away. His gaze was still the same, and his tone was still calm. Also, this is the last time you will carry out an order personally given by me. After you complete it, leave the command cabin on the top floor. In the future, don't appear in front of me again. This way, you should be able to live a few more years. The communications officer's body froze, and he shuddered. The existence in front of him, in such a calm tone, said words that were undoubtedly murderous. Although this was not the first time he felt this kind of strange feeling, this was the only time it was related to him. The feeling of fear was naturally far different from the past. Under the chill all over his body, the communications officer did not wait for the trembling to finish. He had already turned around in a panic and left in a hurry as if he was running for his life. Soon, the Federation's main network channel was successfully connected, and the Star Network signal was connected to Hongdou Liefeng's personal communication terminal. Almost in the next moment, Hongdou Liefeng waved his hand and cast a simple isolation barrier. All the images and sounds in the barrier, including even the aura, completely disappeared and could not be detected. 27 seconds later, when the isolation barrier was removed and his figure reappeared, the mysterious Star Network communication had clearly ended. Hongdou Liefeng's face still did not show the slightest change in emotion. He immediately gave a second order. Immediately send a communication request to the fortress in front of us. Remember, it's a request. Don't forget, the other party is Prince Xian, who is at the peak of his power. This time, there was a very faint hint of mockery in Hongdou Liefeng's tone. The communications officer, who had just taken over from the previous communications officer, was dumbfounded. Chapter 3093. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The smell of conspiracy. Yi Xian had no idea what was going on in the command cabin on the top floor of the Grim Wind Fortress, nor did he have any interest in it. At this moment, he had just finished dealing with Naples and the Purplish Warbler's incessant persuasion and was about to give the order to open fire immediately, giving the other side a death ray energy beam as an appetizer. Meanwhile, the communication request from the Grim Wind Fortress was received by the Star supercomputer in the control center of Lightning Fortress at this moment. As mentioned before, Lightning Fortress was a product of the Heaven's Legacy race. Under normal circumstances, the entire fortress only needed one Heaven's Legacy race clansman who had developed self-awareness to oversee it. This would also ensure that all functions of the fortress would operate normally and efficiently. Therefore, the command cabin on the top floor of Lightning Fortress did not have the existence of a communications officer at all. At most, there were some highly intelligent robots. The entire fortress was basically always in an automatic mode. In this mode, Yi Xian, who had already refined the supercomputer that was the main control center of the fortress, could send out any order with just a thought, even if he was outside the fortress. But similarly, when the main control center of Lightning Fortress received any signal from the galactic web, no matter where it came from, and no matter whether Yi Xian was willing to receive it or not, as long as he did not specifically notify Yi Xian in advance, the supercomputer would immediately relay the received signal to Yi Xian. In addition, the supercomputer of Lightning Fortress had also automatically completed the automatic reading of the request along with the signal. At this moment, it had also been transmitted and appeared in Yi Xian's mind without missing a word. It was impossible to reject it even if he wanted to. Damn! I actually forgot about that. I almost let the other side take advantage of the loophole. The signal and postscript directly appeared in this prince's mind without even asking. Fortunately, they didn't open their mouths and curse. Otherwise, this prince would have been caught off guard and suffered such a calamity. Wouldn't I have died on the spot? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. While muttering, he also sent a new order to the fortress supercomputer. Then, he suddenly changed the topic and looked at Naples. Do you know Hongdou Liefeng? This guy just sent a communication request over, and there were a few postscripts in the signal. His tone was extremely respectful. Not only did he lower himself and take the initiative to reveal his identity, but he also addressed me as Your Highness. He even said the purpose of his visit. He was only representing the supervisor of the Federation headquarters to ask this prince to cooperate with the investigation. He definitely did not mean to offend. In the end, he even sincerely asked this prince to be understanding. Hongdou Liefeng? Naples was stunned when he heard this. He sucked in a cold breath, and his expression immediately became more serious. If it was someone else, it would be fine. But if it was him, there's no way he would lower himself and be so respectful. I'm afraid there's a conspiracy behind this. This person is the head of the 5 deputies of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Although he's not a member of the royal family, he's highly regarded by Long Hui. He's the most shrewd, and the expression on his face hasn't changed for thousands of years. Even the light in his eyes is almost the same. It's said that in these hundreds of years, no one has ever seen any change in emotions like joy or anger on his face. He's definitely a highly dangerous guy. Oh. If that's the case, then it's a little strange. Once he heard that the other side was such an existence, but he had to lower himself in front of him. Moreover, the aura revealed in these postscripts was so obvious. As long as one had a little understanding of him, they would be suspicious. This was something that the other side could not possibly not understand. But he still did it. Could it be on purpose? Then, what was the purpose? Yi Xian did not know that this was just a small misunderstanding unintentionally made by an insignificant communications officer. But at this moment, his curiosity was precisely because of this small misunderstanding. Given his personality, this communication request would have been directly ignored. Without saying anything else, he would have fired a cannon first. But now, as Yi Xian's interest was successfully attracted, the idea of being the first to fire a cannon was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian quickly made a decision and immediately sent a new order to the stronghold star brain. That was to accept the other side's request and temporarily activate the restriction authority to allow the other side's communication signal to enter and complete the communication connection. Hongdo Lai Feng, is it? Hee, I'd like to see what kind of medicine you have up your sleeve. With a grin, Yi Xian immediately walked to the command cabin's resting area and calmly sat down on the sofa, waiting for the other side's communication signal to be transferred. At the same time, Yi Xian's mind was rapidly calculating. In fact, according to his original plan, no matter the result of the confrontation with Long Kuei, no matter whether the reinforcement fleet would arrive or not, and no matter what their attitude was, he would still have to return to the immortal planet in the end after dealing with all the minor details. Only when he reached the immortal planet would everything officially begin. Everything that happened on the way was just an appetizer. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, after this communication was over, Yi Xian's trip to the immortal planet would most likely begin immediately. So what if the other side has a conspiracy? This prince also has a plan long ago, and victory is already in my grasp. It's just scheming against each other, who's afraid of who? A faint smile slowly curved up the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. There was clearly a strong sense of treachery and playfulness in it. As for all of this, Yi Xian didn't have time to clearly explain it to Naples and the purplish warbler. After all, it was still early. Even if they set off immediately and jumped through as many wormholes as possible, it would take at least a few days to arrive. When they returned, there would be plenty of time to explain it in detail to them. With a strange expression, Naples and the purplish warbler turned their heads to look at each other. They quickly followed him to the resting area and sat down on the sofa on either side. Although this matter was strange, it was better than not saying anything and directly firing a cannon at the other side first. It could be considered a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Far away in the immortal planet's east, in the endless galaxy and void, there was a vast plain that had been indefinitely and unconditionally lent to the Wan Luo Federation. In the center of the plain stood a large modern steel city. This steel city was the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. The Overwatch Council, one of the 8 great academies of the Federation, was located on the west side of this majestic headquarters. At this moment, in a building deep in the Overwatch Council, a cold harumph full of endless viciousness rang out without the slightest scruple. Immediately after, the slightly proud voice of the supervisor, Long Huai, floated out intermittently. Humph. A hero of the human race? An idol of the Federation? Bah. He's just an audacious impostor. Nothing more than a spy from the Heaven's Legacy race. Chapter 3094. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Making a pair like the demonic royal star, the immortal star was the capital star of a dynasty and the core of the government. However, the latter could not be compared with the former. Even though the demonic royal dynasty represented the entire demonic race, and the immortal royal dynasty was only one of the 2 camps of the human race, the demonic race was much more prosperous than the demonic race. The demonic race was only a servant race of the celestial fate race, the overlord of the first universe. Speaking of population, the demonic race was not even 1/1,000,000th of the human race. The demonic royal star was a relatively large star, and it was protected by 2 satellites. However, as the core of the human race's science and technology camp, the immortal star was also much more powerful than the demonic royal star. In terms of the diameter of the star, the immortal star was several times larger than the demonic royal star. If an ordinary administrative star was an apple, the demonic royal star was a slightly smaller watermelon. As for the immortal star, well, you could imagine the size of the basket used to hold the watermelon. That was the approximate ratio. In addition, around the immortal star, there were a total of 9 satellites, all of which were habitable planets suitable for human habitation. This situation was almost impossible in the vast Milky Way. 10 planets, 1 big and 9 small, crowded together, all of which were rare habitable planets. How could it be possible? In fact, the 9 satellites of the immortal star were all outsiders. It was said that when the dynasty was just established, the first-generation immortal emperor of the immortal royal dynasty gathered some top-notch strong men and worked together to move them from other star areas. The 9 satellites, some near and some far away, formed a huge star formation in the Milky Way void around the immortal star. This star formation was the first layer of the immortal star's huge defense system. It was worth mentioning that this formation of void stars was changing almost every second. After all, the 9 satellites were orbiting the immortal star over and over again. As the 9 satellites moved, the entire formation of void stars changed almost every second. Based on this, it was not difficult to analyze how complex and terrifying this formation of void stars was. The 9 satellites were the first layer of the defense system of the imperishable star. They were also the 9 auxiliary formation eyes of the void star formation. As for the main formation eye, it was naturally the imperishable star in the center. There was no need to elaborate on the importance of the main formation eye, but the 9 satellites that served as the secondary formation eyes were equally important. The highest-ranking commander in charge of these 9 satellites was the imperial uncle. They could be said to be the cornerstone of the entire undying imperial family. The dynasty had been established for many years, and the royal family had reproduced generation after generation. The size of the bloodline descendants was probably unimaginable. Not to mention the large number of collateral family members, just the number of direct descendants that represented the royal family was extremely terrifying. There were many direct descendants of the immortal emperor in each generation. For example, Long Xian was known as the 18th prince of the immortal emperor. In fact, there were many younger brothers behind him. The current immortal emperor's generation was the same. The pillars of the royal family that guarded the 9 satellites were all his brothers, and they were all relatively powerful existences in the entire royal family. For example, the second uncle Long Tianba, who went with Naples to the demon sector in the first universe, was the commander of one of the satellites. Not to mention the elders of the royal family who rarely showed themselves. The 9 imperial uncles who oversaw the 9 satellites, as well as the great imperial uncle Long Huai, who represented the immortal dynasty stationed in the Federation headquarters and was then the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, were the most authoritative existences in the entire royal family. Although the current immortal emperor had many princes, only 5 of them had obtained his approval and had the qualifications to fight for the throne. The great imperial prince Long Xiang. The second imperial prince Long Shao. The 6th imperial prince Long Yuan. The 9th imperial prince Long Qian. The 13th imperial prince Long Shu. These 5 princes were the most powerful of the direct descendants of the royal family in Long Xian's generation. They were extremely active, and the resources of the royal family were also provided by the 5 of them. After all, before the dark horse Prince Xian appeared, almost everyone had already determined that one of the 5 princes would become the next immortal emperor. As for the other princes, even if they were not completely unknown, they were at least extremely low-key. Even if they occasionally appeared in public, they would not take the initiative to mention their identities as princes. The 10 imperial uncles had already chosen a supporter from these 5 princes. Among them, the great imperial uncle supported the great imperial prince Long Xiang the most, with a total of 4 people. The other 6 imperial uncles supported the other 4 princes respectively. Regardless of whether it was the open struggle between the 5 princes or the secret confrontation between the 10 imperial uncles, after these years of adjustment, they had gradually stabilized. The various powers that fought for the throne restrained each other, forming a delicate balance. However, with the appearance of Prince Xian, these powers that fought for the throne could no longer remain calm. Regardless of whether it was the 5 princes or the 10 imperial uncles, all of them were worried about their gains and losses. However, other than Long Huai, who supported the great imperial prince, and Long Tianba, who supported the second imperial prince, who made a move, the other princes and the other imperial uncles all maintained their silence and observed the changes. Until a few days ago, when news spread from the Federation's Overwatch Council that Prince Xian was a spy from the Tianji clan, these fellows seemed to have been collectively injected with chicken blood. Suddenly, they became spirited and returned to their usual liveliness, appearing frequently. Just at this moment, an even more shocking piece of news exploded out of nowhere. Prince Xian, who had appeared out of nowhere and quickly become popular, was not the real Long Xian at all. He was an imposter. This news also came from the Federation's Overwatch Council, but it was different from the previous rumor that Prince Xian was a spy from the Tianji clan. This time, the news came from the mouth of the great imperial uncle Long Huai. Furthermore, it was reported to all the members of the royal family through official channels within the royal family. Although it had not been announced to the public, the entire royal family was thoroughly stirred up in an instant. This was especially so for the 5 princes. Each of them was jumping up and down in excitement. Their excitement was not something that could be achieved by a few shots of chicken blood. This was especially so when they found out that the imposter Prince Xian had fallen into their trap and had been tricked by the great imperial uncle Long Huai's people and was heading to the immortal planet to receive the news. They were instantly even more excited, rubbing their palms and stretching their necks, waiting for the imposter to arrive so that they could vent their anger. On the other hand, the immortal emperor did not have any reaction to this news for some reason. He maintained his silence and did not even have the intention to make a statement. In fact, as soon as the news spread, the immortal emperor immediately went to the imperial advisor's hall. Afterward, the imperial advisor D'Air's light laughter was heard. Whether it is or not, we will know at a glance when the time comes. Anyway, there is already one in the harem. Making a pair. Huh, isn't that more interesting? Achoo. In the back garden of Concubine May Palace, Ingtai suddenly sneezed. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 3095. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio 5th Order Planet Warrior Yi Xian was completely unaware of everything that happened on the Immortal Star in the Imperial capital. At this moment, he was indeed on his way back to the Immortal Star and would arrive at the Imperial capital in 4 or 5 days at most. A few hours ago, after ending the short communication with Hongdo Lifeng, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and made a decision. The 3 major fortresses, including the Lightning Fortress and the Black Mosquito ship, were all kept in the undying world in his body. Then, together with Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he entered the flagship fortress of the Sunlan fleet, where Hongdo Lifeng was in charge. After entering the fortress, Hongdo Lifeng only accompanied them for a while out of courtesy. Then, he excused himself and did not appear again. Yi Xian and the other 2 just happened to have some peace and quiet. After entering an independent suite cabin specially arranged for them, the door was closed, and Naples waved his hand to set up an isolation barrier that enveloped the entire cabin. Then, they could speak freely. Since Hongdo Lifeng did not make a move just now, his purpose is obviously only to bring us back to the Immortal Star. No matter what schemes Long Huai has, everything will only be revealed after we arrive at the Immortal Star. After sitting down on the sofa in the living room, Long Xian turned his head and glanced at Naples and the Purplish Warbler. With a relaxed face, he said with a smile, "There are still 4 or 5 days before we arrive. Do you intend to keep a straight face like this? You'll get cramps." The Purplish Warbler immediately rolled his eyes and did not respond at all. However, Naples shook his head and smiled bitterly. He sighed worriedly and said, "Isn't this old minister worried? I really didn't do it on purpose. This time, when we return to the Immortal Star, Long Huai will definitely make things difficult for us. Moreover, with his style, he will either not make a move, or he will definitely make a move. Forget about Wen Xing. No matter how he framed us, the truth is the truth. We don't know his true identity. Besides, who knows if he's in that big fortress? The key is still Long Kuei's death. This is not a small problem. After all, that guy is the deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. He can be considered a high-ranking member of the Federation. Long Hui will definitely not let go of this matter and make a big fuss about it. However, this is a matter of the Wanluo Federation. Even the Imperial Court cannot interfere. This makes him even more unbridled. After saying that, Naples once again shook his head with a bitter smile and let out a long sigh. Whether it's Wen Xing or Long Hui's death, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, I have my own plans. The more Long Hui tossed and turned, the harder he fell in the end. In short, you don't have to worry about anything. Just wait and watch the show. In the next few days, this prince will be cultivating in seclusion. If there's nothing important, don't call me. After saying that, Yi Xian got up and walked to the inner cabin of the suite at the side of the living room. He shook his head and sighed. Sigh, I'm really worried about his old body. What if he falls and breaks it? In the living room, Naples and the purplish warbler both opened their mouths wide at the same time. They looked at Yi Xian's back as he left, their faces full of shock. After returning to the cabin and closing the cabin door, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the devouring system to connect to the internal network of this flagship fortress, invade the core of the star brain, and start a search for information. As for the information to be searched, it was naturally everything related to Long Hui, including the recent communication between Hongdou and Lai Feng on the immortal star. The reason he did this was not because Yi Xian lacked confidence. What he had just said to Naples and the purplish warbler was all true. This trip to the immortal star this time, he had a card up his sleeve and was not afraid at all. However, Long Hui was not an ordinary existence after all. Yi Xian did not dare to underestimate the enemy. If he could find out what the enemy's scheme was in advance, at least he would know himself and his enemy. Unfortunately, this idea was obviously not going to work. The system's reply came out very quickly. However, it was not the search information Yi Xian wanted, but a confirmation request. This starry sky fortress that belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council did not seem to be easy to deal with. As the control center of the fortress, the core of the star brain was set up with a special defense layer. Although Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system could be hacked, he could not come and go without leaving traces. He would definitely leave some traces. If it was any other starry sky, it would not be a big deal even if he left traces of invasion. However, this was not the case in the immortal starry sky fortress because there was an immortal level super brain here. The central star brain of Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system was also immortal level. Previously, it was just a fragment, but now, because it had absorbed a large amount of energy from the cognition crystal, it had entered the growth stage. Even so, it still could not be compared to the mature immortal level superbrain on the immortal star. If the latter were to be seen as a lion, then the immortal superbrain in Yi Xian's hands that had just entered the growth stage was at most a wild rabbit. Starry sky superbrains could also devour each other. A matured immortal superbrain was simply the best supplement for the other party. Even if it devoured countless ordinary superbrains, it could not compare. Therefore, no matter what traces Yi Xian's immortal superbrain left behind, it could be detected by the lion on the immortal star. When that time came, the lion would definitely use all its strength to hunt the rabbit. With the abilities of the matured immortal superbrain, it could follow the clues to find the melon, and the result would be obvious. In addition, the energy of the multi-pupil consciousness crystal was also very tempting to the immortal level starry sky superbrain. If the other party knew that Yi Xian's starry sky superbrain was an immortal star brain in its growth stage, even he would be implicated and schemed against. This was because the immortal superbrain in Yi Xian's hands left behind traces of the cognition crystal's energy. After all, the energy it had absorbed recently was all from the multi-pupil cognition crystal. There were many kinds of energy that the superbrain consumed on a daily basis. Planetary core sources and gene cultivation fluids could be used, but those were only consumable energies. It was like the daily diet of humans. No matter how much one ate, it would not have any effect on the evolution of life form. However, the cognition crystal's energy contained in the multipupil cognition crystal was different. It could greatly increase the superbrain's growth and evolution speed, but this kind of thing was very rare even in the Demon Devil Star region, let alone the third universe of the human race. If the other party really found out, it would be quite troublesome. All of this was the result of the devouring system's analysis. After understanding the pros and cons, Yi Xian could only sigh and choose to give up. This matter was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. Immediately after, Yi Xian took out some planetary core sources from his undying world and gave them to the devouring system to absorb. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed in the cabin and closed his eyes to enter a closed state of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian finished absorbing and refining all the energy. When he opened his eyes after finishing his cultivation, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your realm has increased. Current realm, 5th Order Planet Warrior. Chapter 3096. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Imperial Capital. Moments later, when Yi Xian, Naples, and the purplish warbler walked out of the inner cabin and arrived at the command cabin resting area on the top floor of the flagship fortress, Hongdo Lifeng, whom they hadn't seen for a few days, was already waiting there. Seeing Yi Xian arrive, Hongdo Lifeng nodded slightly. Prince Xian, in an hour, the fleet will directly dock at the northern region star dock on the immortal planet. At that time, a small ship will take us into the immortal planet. The inspector intends to send you directly to the Federation's headquarters. Of course, I will also be accompanying you. When he said this, although Hongdo Lifeng's face was as expressionless as usual, there was clearly a hint of coldness. Even his tone was different from a few days ago. There was clearly no longer that respectful tone, and it was as cold as water. It was clear that he was certain that Yi Xian couldn't escape this time. However, they hadn't even arrived at the immortal planet yet. Wasn't it a little too fast to change faces? With this thought flashing through his mind, Yi Xian turned around and exchanged glances with Naples and the purplish warbler. His expression darkened, and he said sarcastically, "Yo, it's only been a few days since we last met, and the vice commander's entire person has changed. You're practically flipping pages faster than a book. No wonder your face is as stiff as a corpse's. Your facial muscles and nerves will probably be injured by you every few days. What a sin." Pfft. These words were truly sinister. How much force would it take to injure one's facial muscles just by changing faces? At the side, the purplish warbler pondered for a moment, and couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud on the spot. Even Naples' eyes twitched a few times, and his neck turned red. He finally managed to hold back his laughter. Prince Xian really knows how to joke. Excuse me for a moment. I'll come back when the fortress docks. After he finished speaking, Hongdo Lifeng turned around and left. Yi Xian's derogatory words seemed to have caused even him to be unable to bear it. There was clearly a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes. For nearly an hour after that, Yi Xian was admiring the galactic void outside. His gaze passed through the large one-way transparent wall at the edge of the command cabin and into the depths of the void outside the ship. Not long after, 1 big and 9 small stars appeared in the void in front of them. Some were far, some were close, but they were all within their field of vision. They had finally arrived at the undying star of the undying dynasty. Hongdo Lifeng, who had left not long ago, reappeared. He didn't pay attention to Yi Xian and the other two. Not far away, he was giving orders to some of the gathered Overwatch Council officials. Very quickly, the fleet sailed into a giant star dock outside the atmosphere of the undying star. When the main passageway to the command cabin on the top floor opened, Hongdo Lifeng walked over. "Prince Xian, we should move. The supervisor is still waiting." Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to reply. He turned around and walked toward the exit of the passageway with Naples and the purplish warbler. Hongdo Lifeng followed closely behind with a few Overwatch Council officials. On one side of the star dock outside the flagship fortress, a small battleship had long been prepared. After exiting the passageway, Hongdo Lifeng walked quickly to the front and led Yi Xian and the other two into the small battleship. He then gave the order to set sail. They left the corner of the Star Dock and quickly passed through a public checkpoint in the Star Defense Formation. They entered the undying star's atmosphere and headed straight for the vast plain where the Federation's headquarters was. Almost at the same time that the Blue Fleet entered the Star Dock and returned to the port, the news that Prince Xian had finally arrived on the undying star was quietly learned by many existences from all sides. Among them included Yi Xian's royal brothers in name, as well as most of the royal relatives. However, no one in Imperial concubine Mei's palace dared to reveal a single word. After all, the Prince Xian who had returned this time was clearly a fake. Once Imperial concubine Mei heard this news, she would probably collapse on the spot. The fake had dared to come to their door. Was there any need to say the real thing? Most likely, he had been cleaned up long ago. For the members of the royal family who wanted to make things difficult for Yi Xian, this was the best excuse. With this excuse as a reason, even if they gathered in groups and swarmed toward the Federation's headquarters to make a ruckus, they wouldn't have to worry about being punished afterward. No one would investigate. Secure in the knowledge that they had backing, the five princes all gathered some of the younger members of the royal family and rushed toward the Federation's headquarters with a murderous aura. In particular, the great Prince Long Xiang gathered the most trusted aides and royal family members. There were over 100 of them. A large group of royal family warriors swarmed together like a swarm of bees. It was very eye-catching, but Long Xiang felt no pressure. The head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, had always been his main supporter. This time, they were going to the Overwatch Council, their own territory. There was no pressure no matter how they made a ruckus. The reason the five princes were so concerned about this matter was not only because of Prince Xian's recent rise in popularity, but also because today's opportunity was rare. They could take revenge and vent their anger. The more important reason was, to put it bluntly, the battle for the royal power. Although Prince Xian was useless and had died in the outer realms during the trial, his death still had some value. After all, he was a direct descendant of the immortal emperor's bloodline. He had been silently killed by an outsider. This matter had already damaged the royal family's reputation. The five princes all wanted to perform well in this matter. They could at least make a good impression of themselves in front of the immortal emperor and the royal family's resident elders. In reality, other than the five princes, even among the 10 royal uncles, a few of them had brought trusted aides and were hurrying toward the Federation's headquarters. At this time, the small shuttle carrying Yi Xian had finally arrived at the vast plains. Without any delay, it plunged into the steel and majestic city of the Federation's headquarters. In the depths of the Federation's Overwatch Council, on the 8th floor of a large, ancient-styled building, a certain figure was standing by the window. He was a tall and sturdy man in his 50s with a dignified aura. He had a square face and a short beard. He appeared very serious and cold. This person was the head of the Overwatch Council, the cornerstone of the royal family of the Immortal Dynasty, and the supreme warrior whose cultivation had reached the 12th realm of the Void Realm, Long Huai. Have we finally arrived? Before the small shuttle Yi Xian was in had entered the steel and majestic city of the Federation's headquarters, Long Huai's gaze had already locked onto the shuttle. It was not until it plunged into the majestic city that Long Huai, who had been expressionless until now, finally revealed a faint smile. As he muttered to himself, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Unconsciously, he swept a glance in the direction of the immortal royal city. The smile on his face inexplicably became complicated and unpleasant. At this moment, Old Eight's heart is most likely in his throat. Unfortunately, his last glimmer of hope will soon be destroyed. When that time comes, what can he do even if he is unwilling? Chapter 3097. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Here comes the opportunist. Although the Federation headquarters allowed these small shuttles to travel at low altitudes, the 8 great departments of the headquarters each had different rules on this matter. The Overwatch Council was the organization in charge of law enforcement among the 8 departments of the Federation headquarters. Just from the perspective of maintaining a certain dignified image, it was impossible for the chaotic scene of large numbers of shuttles flying about in the internal areas of its departments. Thus, the Overwatch Council strictly prohibited all shuttles from entering, even at low altitudes. However, the small shuttle Yi Xian was in did not even slow down in the slightest after arriving at the outer area of the Overwatch Council. It charged directly into the depths of the council. This was the intention of Long Huai, the head of the Overwatch Council. It could be considered a precedent. A dozen seconds later, the small shuttle slowly landed in a large square deep within the Overwatch Council. Yi Xian, Naples, and Purplish Warbler walked out of the cabin door. Behind them were Hongdo Liefeng and a dozen other Federation supervisors. Across from the square was a large building. It was the headquarters of the Sky Department of the Overwatch Council's 4 major supervision systems. Hongdo Liefeng bringing Yi Xian here already demonstrated the severity of the problem. Purplish Warbler and Yi Xian did not understand the situation and did not have much of a reaction. However, Liefeng's expression immediately changed. Although he was not a member of the Overwatch Council, he had always been on the Undying Planet. Even if he had never been to the headquarters of the Sky Department, he had long heard of it like thunder. Within the Federation's Overwatch Council, the Sky, Earth, Xian, and Huang departments were responsible for different kinds of supervision tasks and areas with different levels of security. The Huang department was the lowest, and the Sky department was the highest. Generally speaking, to be able to alarm the Sky Department of Supervision, it had to be at least a case or mission that concerned the survival of the Federation. It had the highest level of security. Furthermore, the Sky Department of Supervision was the only one of the 4 departments that had the right to make arbitrary decisions. The cases they were responsible for could be decided without a trial if there was a special reason. Thus, when a case fell into the hands of the Sky Department, it was basically the final word. There was no need to argue or struggle. Hongdo Liefeng, what is the meaning of this? You actually dared to bring His Highness to the Celestial Faction's headquarters. Could it be that you dare to forcibly convict a prince? Under the shock of his heart, a look of anger instantly appeared on his face. He immediately turned his head to stare at Hongdo Liefeng and roared. Yi Xian and the Purplish Warbler were startled at the same time. The former frowned and immediately asked Naples. Beside them, Hongdo Liefeng didn't intend to explain anything at all. He was still expressionless as he turned to look at the Heaven Department headquarters building in front of the square. Very soon, the infuriated Naples explained the uniqueness of the Heavenly Series in just a few sentences. Yi Xian was suddenly enlightened and his anger rose. And here I thought that the Tianji clan's spy this time was some kind of 3-headed, 6-armed character. To think that he would be so arrogant as to disguise himself as a prince and sneak into the imperial court. Now that I've seen him, he's just a so-so. As these words full of ridicule and contempt sounded, a group of dozens of figures walked over from the main hall of the Heavenly Series headquarters at the edge of the square. The one in the lead was the dean here, the chief inspector of the Federation, Long Huai. When Yi Xian and the others turned to look, Long Huai's figure was already standing on the stairs of the headquarters building in front of them. His gaze swept past Yi Xian and quickly looked at Naples and the Purplish Warbler. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he sternly reprimanded, "The matter between the 2 of you will be investigated carefully later. Now, leave quickly. If you don't make a decision within 3 seconds, take both of you." Tianji clan spy? Impersonating a prince? Naples and the Purplish Warbler were startled at the same time. Their expressions changed slightly as they subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian. Forget about being a Tianji clan spy, they were already aware of this accusation. But what was with the accusation of impersonating a prince? They were already on the immortal planet. There were only a few people in the entire imperial city who could prove Prince Xian's identity. Putting Consort Mei aside, just looking at the other members of the imperial family, one could easily find a handful of them with one's eyes closed. Could Long Huai have lost his mind? How dare he frame such a childish and stupid accusation? This didn't make sense. Could it be? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Naples and the Purplish Warbler's expressions finally changed again. Their heartstrings instantly tightened to the extreme. The last bold guess that appeared in their minds almost scared them out of their wits. 3 seconds have passed. I hope you don't regret it. Yi Xian took in all the changes in their expressions, causing him to sigh in his heart. However, Naples and the purplish warbler ultimately chose to stay where they were and didn't waver from leaving. This made him feel a little warm in his heart. When it came to this matter, he didn't intend to hide it. Similarly, he couldn't help it. Everything was caused by a coincidence. It could only be said that this was the will of the heavens. Since you're so stubborn, then take both of you down. It'll save us the trouble of investigating you later. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Long Huai's voice rang out from the stairs of the Sky Association's headquarters. Halfway through his words, his gaze swept towards Yi Xian again as he sneered and continued, "You're still so calm in the face of death. Your mentality isn't weak, but unfortunately, it won't change anything. I know you have some tricks up your sleeve. You can even instantly kill Long Kuei, who's at the 4th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Although you relied on an external object, it's enough to be proud. However, this is the Overwatch Council of the Federation's headquarters. I'd like to see how powerful that external object of yours can be. Take him down." Long Huai roared out the last sentence. Before he finished speaking, among the dozens of experts of the Overwatch Council standing behind him, 3 figures had already rushed out at the first possible moment, heading straight for Yi Xian, Naples, and the purplish warbler. The auras of their cultivations were vast and boundless, and when they leaked out, it caused a dull rumbling sound to ring out in the air. They were all terrifying cultivations of the 6th level of the Mystic Light Realm. The expressions of Naples and the purplish warbler changed again. Facing a 6th level Mystic Light Realm expert, they had no ability to resist at all. Needless to say, the purplish warbler, even Naples, was only at the 4th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, an unexpected shout suddenly sounded out. Over 100 figures appeared in midair in the distance, and they were rushing over swiftly. The person in the lead was the first prince, Long Xiang, whom Long Huai supported. At this moment, when he saw that everyone had turned their heads to look over, and that the 3 figures that were charging towards the plaza had stopped abruptly, Long Xiang cupped his hands towards Long Huai from afar and said, "Lord Supervisor, this person dares to impersonate my 18th brother and act wantonly. I'm afraid he has already. This is the great enmity of the imperial family. Even if we don't kill him first, the matter of taking him down should be done by me, an Emperor Realm expert. This is not a small matter, and it concerns the dignity of the imperial family. I hope that the supervisor will allow it." Well said. As expected of the leader of the princes, you should bear such responsibility. I allow it. Chapter 3098. Playing the target. The words, "head of the princes," directly revealed the identity of the person who had come. Yi Xian, who was originally muttering about who this person was from the imperial family, instantly understood, and an expression of disgust appeared on his face. Among the 10 imperial uncles, first imperial uncle Long Huai had always supported first prince Long Xiang. These 2 people were practically on the same side, but now they were acting as if they didn't. Especially Long Huai. It was one thing for him to be accurate, but he actually instantly got into the act and cooperated with Long Xiang on the spot without any trace of connection. He spouted nonsense like how he was worthy of being the head of the imperial family. This was originally not a big deal, but the key was that aside from himself and the purplish warbler, who didn't know what the 2 of them were doing, to be able to act so wholeheartedly in this kind of situation, there was really no one with such thick skin. No, it wasn't just thick skin. He was clearly shameless, especially the first prince, Long Xiang, who was rushing over. He could even rush over to take advantage of this kind of situation, and even mobilized hundreds of people. There was probably nothing that he wouldn't do. Thank you for your help, Academy Master. Just as Yi Xian was looking down on him and didn't hide the strange expression of disgust on his face, Long Xian had already led the hundreds of imperial family members behind him to the other side of the square. Everyone's gazes immediately turned towards Yi Xian. Bold thief, the crime of falsely using the identity of the imperial family is enough for you to die 100 times. If you let this prince investigate and prove that you plotted to kill my 18th brother, this prince will definitely make you beg for death. At the head of the group, first Prince Long Xiang stood with his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest and looking very righteous. As he spoke to this point, his tone turned sharp, and he raised his hand to point at Yi Xian and the others as he roared, "Quickly capture them." Among the hundreds of figures behind him, 3 royal experts in their 40s and 50s walked out. Their auras were all at the Mystic Light Realm, but only one of them was at the rank 6 Mystic Light Realm. The other 2 were at the rank 5 Mystic Light Realm. Seeing this, Yi Xian grinned in amusement. As if returning the favor, he raised his hand and struck the first Prince Long Xiang from afar. He purposely raised his voice and mocked loudly, acting like a calf. "After all this fuss, it turns out that you still want others to take action. I guess the 3 of them are just collateral relatives of the imperial family, right? You're the head of the direct bloodline, yet you only care about putting on an act when it comes to saving the face of the imperial family. You're all talk and no action. You're taking advantage of her when she's putting in the effort. You're amazing, my brother." Long Xiang was so angry that his neck was thick. Just as he was about to flare up, 4 other figures appeared in different directions around the square. Prince Ming and a few of the 10 imperial uncles appeared one after another. While they were still quite a distance away, the voices of the imperial uncles could already be heard from afar. "Humph. What a smooth talker. When we get back, this old man will definitely cut open your gallbladder and pull it out to see how big your head is. Why waste your breath on him? Just take him down quickly. Hee, why don't we brothers take action? To be able to be personally taken down by the direct bloodline imperial uncles, this brat has taken advantage of us." As these words rang out one after another, nearly 10 groups of people arrived one after another. They landed in different directions around the plaza and instantly surrounded Yi Xian and the other 2 in the center of the plaza. They all glared at Yi Xian and the other 2 with angry gazes. Seeing this, the first Prince Long Xiang and the first imperial uncle Long Huai's faces darkened at the same time. There was even an undisguised cold snort coming out from their noses. They seemed extremely dissatisfied. With the help of the imperial uncles who supported the other princes, the first prince's idea of taking advantage of the situation to gain some impression points was completely out of the question. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great princes and nearly half of the imperial uncles in power had all arrived. There were even 300 to 400 other members of the imperial family. However, no matter which one it was, they were all glaring at Yi Xian. Naples' heart trembled, and he finally panicked a little. He nervously turned his head to look at Yi Xian again. This guy was obviously frightened. Not only was his voice trembling, he even stuttered a little. "What's going on? Your Highness. Your Highness, this, why are they all saying this? None of them can recognize you? This shouldn't be. Why don't we just revert to our original appearance? Don't make this a big misunderstanding." On the other hand, although Purplish Warbler's brows were tightly knitted, she only glanced at Yi Xian thoughtfully in the face of this obviously problematic situation. She did not say a single word. If one can prove one's identity with just a face, with so many people here, including your Ziying, who doesn't know the art of changing one's appearance? Wouldn't anyone be able to say that they are Prince Xian just by changing their face? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his hand and pointed at the stairs of the Sky Association's headquarters in front of the plaza. "That's right, except for that guy. He definitely can't change his face. He's already spoiled it by himself." Pfft. Hong Do Lai Feng's body swayed. A mouthful of old blood was stuck in his throat, unable to come up or down. His neck had turned blue from holding it in. His expression finally changed as he gritted his teeth. His face was full of anger. Even at this time, Yi Xian did not forget to stab him in the back. No wonder he was so angry. Also, don't you think it's a bit too coincidental that this group of people arrived in the blink of an eye? Not one of the 5 princes was missing, and more than half of the 10 great imperial uncles were here in person. Without waiting for Hong Do Lai Feng to spit out blood, Yi Xian had already retracted his gaze and changed the topic. They even revealed such a magnificent lineup. In their eyes, does it make a difference whether Prince Xian is real or not? Hearing this, Naples was stunned. He instantly understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. All the factions that were fighting for the imperial power had temporarily joined forces, and the first imperial uncle, Long Huai, was the one leading the attack. Taking advantage of the fact that Prince Xian hadn't entered the palace yet, although this was a bit daring, it was not completely impossible. After all, the identities of the participants were not to be underestimated. With existences of this level joining forces, it was not a big deal to make the sky of the undying star turn dark for a short while. Impudent. Full of nonsense. Take action immediately and quickly take him down. This brat's mouth is too powerful. Every word he says is heart-wrenching. He can even bring the dead back to life. The expressions of the group of princes and imperial uncles, including Long Huai, changed. They immediately roared furiously. Yi Xian's words shocked them. After all, there were many Federation supervisors watching coldly from the sidelines. Some of them had not even seen Prince Xian's face before. After hearing such words, who could guarantee that they would not overthink? What if someone secretly spread this news after this impostor was executed? Wouldn't all the members of the imperial family present today die an unjust death? Yellow mud fell into one's pants. Even if it wasn't sh*t, it was sh*t. Chapter 3099. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Atavism, are you trying to silence us? Are you all angry now that you've been stabbed in the back? With a glint in his eyes, Yi Xian added another stab. The imperial uncles, who had just leaped into the air, trembled at the same time. They were so angry that they almost fell back to the ground. Some of the Federation inspectors, who were secretly watching from afar, had obvious changes in their expressions when they saw this scene. They clearly believed Yi Xian's words, or at least began to suspect him. However, this was clearly far from enough for Yi Xian. His words were still ringing in their ears when he spoke again. Since all of you are unanimous in saying that this prince is a fake, then I might as well make a big fuss today and let all the imperial officials on the Immortal Star judge whether this prince is real or fake. Dragon's roar. He had clearly roared the last 4 words. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation power was fully activated at this moment. It surged wildly through all the meridians in his body, both inside and outside. The black gold dragon scale that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness was also pierced by a strand of level 6 spiritual power from his spiritual power source core. In the next instant, as the power of the black gold dragon scale was suddenly activated to the limit by Yi Xian, a strong and ancient power surged out from his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the cultivation power that was madly circulating in his body without regard for the cost. In an instant, it completely activated a certain bloodline brand in his physical body and blood and merged with it. All of this took a long time to describe, but it was completed in the blink of an eye. The mutated divine dragon power of the black gold dragon scale. The cultivation power of Yi Xian's own incomplete infinity insight technique. Finally, there was the immortal royal bloodline power that had merged with Yi Xian's bloodline after devouring Long Xian's immortal blood crystal. These 3 powers were fully activated by Yi Xian at all costs and successfully merged with each other. Then, they surged out of Yi Xian's body like a violent flash flood. Roar! Yi Xian suddenly looked up at the sky, clenched his fists, and raised his arms high. His expression suddenly became even more ferocious. He opened his mouth and roared, letting out a loud and clear dragon's roar that pierced the clouds. The bloodline power that surged out from his body seemed to respond and instantly transformed into a gigantic black gold dragon. As Yi Xian's furious dragon roar pierced through the clouds and tore through the air, it appeared behind him and soared into the sky. At this moment, countless imperial citizens in the human cities on the Immortal Star subconsciously did the same thing. They all looked up at the sky, then opened their mouths, and their expressions quickly became sluggish. Bam! Bam! Even the few imperial uncles that had just soared into the air and were shooting towards Yi Xian were all shocked by the dragon's roar. The second after the dragon's shadow appeared, their bodies suddenly froze in midair, and then fell from the sky like dumplings. As for the other experts inside and outside the square, no matter whether they were near or far, including the Neapolitan and purplish warbler. Without exception, all of them had their mouths wide open and were collectively petrified. All of their faces were filled with shock, horror, or stupefaction. It was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. In the imperial city, in the imperial advisor's hall. The imperial advisor, D-Heir, and another middle-aged man who exuded a formless aura also exclaimed at this moment. Where did the dragon's roar come from? SSS. What a pure aura of the royal blood crystal. It can actually manifest a huge dragon shadow. Who is it? He has actually entered the bloodline reversion realm. Black gold dragon scales? This is clearly the rhythm of a mutation, but the bloodline is extremely pure, without any impurities. Could it be the mutation of the bloodline itself? Before the exclamations had died down, a slightly thin old figure quietly swept out from the imperial advisor's hall. After stepping into the void, he shook his shoulders and disappeared without a trace. Sigh. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was suspected to be the current immortal emperor in the imperial advisor's hall spoke again. Although there were no words, only a long sigh, there was clearly a strong sense of bitterness and helplessness. After a few breaths, as Yi Xian loosened his fists and lowered his arms above his head, the clear dragon's roar that had resounded through most of the immortal star from his mouth came to an abrupt end. The huge black gold dragon's shadow that had rushed into the sky also quickly faded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all the petrified experts around the square finally came to their senses. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their eyes immediately converged on Yi Xian. After that, exclamations sounded one after another. Some were confused, some were shocked, but most of them revealed a deep sense of unwillingness and despair. How is this possible? He is actually real? Such a pure aura of the royal blood crystal is enough to prove his identity as a direct descendant of the royal family. It doesn't matter whether he is the 18th elder or not. If he is not the 18th elder, then he is the wild. Oh my god, even the dragon's shadow has manifested? This is clearly the sign of the bloodline reversion realm. After thousands of years, the second bloodline reversion realm in the royal family has finally appeared after the old monster from the old pavilion. His name has shaken the 3 universes. He is close to the top 10 on the heaven list. In addition to the direct descendants bloodline reversion realm. The word freak is not enough to describe him. How can we play this game? Sigh. God is making fun of us. Along with these exclamations of surprise, the expressions of the few imperial uncles in power, including Long Huai, became even gloomier, whereas, the 5 princes including Long Xiang were even more unbearable. The expressions on their faces were either despair or ghastly pale, but the gazes that shot out from their eyes were filled with dense unwillingness and resentment. Lord Inspector, it has already come to this, shouldn't you say something? At least let me know who exactly I am. With his hands behind his back, Yi Xian grinned as he turned around to look at Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai, who was on the steps of the Sky Association's headquarters, and at the same time, he ridiculed Long Huai at the same time. Even though I don't know how you did it, but if I say you are the 18th elder, then I'll say the same thing. Impossible. The corners of Long Huai's eyes trembled slightly as he stared at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. His tone was calm, but his gaze was sharp like a blade, and it was as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian completely. He actually spoke bluntly, and he still didn't approve of Yi Xian's identity as the 18th prince, Long Xian. So, in this way, not only is the imperial bloodline in this prince's body pure, its even reversion realm is fake? Yi Xian puckered his lips and pressed Long Huai once more, and he seemed as if he wouldn't budge an inch until the end. Even if Long Huai only wanted a way to save face, Long Huai would absolutely not compromise. This time, Long Huai was angered to the point his face twitched fiercely a few times. He was unable to answer this question and could only maintain silence, and he held it in to the point his eyeballs were on the verge of squeezing out of their sockets. If looks could kill, then Yi Xian would have probably died countless times in this short period of a few breaths. Chapter 3100. Yi Xian goes crazy. This person was Hongdo Lifeng. The reason he'd suddenly stepped forward at this moment was actually because he had no other choice. Long Huai's silence clearly indicated that he intended to give up, so he had no other choice but to do this. He had been in contact with Yi Xian all this time, so he had already offended him. If he allowed the other party to leave safely today, he would not be able to escape this calamity sooner or later. He might as well grit his teeth and fight head-on while he still had a chance. It was precisely because of this thought that when Hong Do Lai Feng took a step forward, he had already hardened his heart. Without any trace of politeness, he raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xian, reprimanding him harshly. So what if you can prove that you are a direct descendant of the Eternal Dynasty's imperial family? If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Even the laws of the Everlasting Empire support this point, let alone the fact that your crimes have already affected the Myriad Net Federation. Leaving aside the fact that you impersonated a prince, the Overwatch Council has the right to arrest and imprison you for killing Wen, and Deputy Supervisor Long Kuei. Wen's unexpected fall can be said to be a heavy loss to the Federation. Even if you have a glib tongue, the 10 billion contribution points deducted by the Federation's main network is still a fact, right? Could it be that the central hub of the main network has wronged you? As for Deputy Supervisor Long Kuei, there's no need to talk about him. He was killed by you in front of everyone, and there's even a real-time video of it. The evidence is irrefutable. Even if you are a prince, do you dare to resist arrest? Could it be that he wasn't afraid of being exiled by the imperial family? Don't tell me that you think you can do whatever you want in the Myriad Luo Federation. Hongdo Lifeng had been thinking about this string of words for a long time. Now that he roared them out, not only was his train of thought clear and impassioned, each word piercing the heart. While he questioned endlessly, even his grasp of the rhythm was rather subtle. With just a few simple words, he had unknowingly pushed Yi Xian to the opposite side of the Eternal Dynasty and the Myriad Luo Federation. For a moment, Yi Xian was caught unprepared by his stern questioning. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Every cloud has a silver lining. The eyes of Long Huai, the other imperial uncles, and the 5 princes lit up at the same time, and they were instantly excited. Since they couldn't kill him, it was good to lock him up. It was the same as thinking of other methods later. When he thought up to here, Long Huai's face immediately sank, and he sneered as he glared at Yi Xian while cold lights flickered within his eyes. Did all of you hear clearly? Since there is evidence, I have the right to arrest you. No matter how you defend yourself, that will be after you are arrested. Give me. Take my ass. I haven't even said anything yet. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Just as Long Huai raised his hand and gestured as if he was about to give the order to arrest Yi Xian again, the latter rudely retorted and interrupted him. He even rolled his eyes. That's right. I did kill Long Kuei with my own hands. I don't like him. What's wrong? As for that old bastard Wen Xing's death, although I am somewhat involved, that's all. Even if I have to bear some responsibility, the 10 billion points deducted from me are enough to offset it. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I have to make myself clear. Besides, even if I admit to this matter, what can I do? I don't like him, so I killed him. It's not a big deal. Why are you so agitated? Silence. A deathly silence. As Yi Xian finished speaking, all the experts around the square fell into a state of shock again. They stared at him with slightly open mouths, and collectively lost their voices. They had seen unreasonable people, but they had never heard of such unreasonable people. In the entire Immortal Dynasty, there was probably no one other than the person in front of them who dared to say such words in front of the Federation's Heavenly Overwatch Council headquarters. What was the point of playing with one's life at the slightest disagreement? He played with one's life at the slightest disagreement. Your Highness. Your Highness, we were just joking, right? After being stunned for a few moments, Naples, who was beside Yi Xian, was the first to come back to his senses. He could be considered quick-witted. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered to find an excuse for Yi Xian to smooth things over. If he had gone along with this, he could have just barely managed to deal with the bold words just now. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of doing that. He waved his hand and directly denied it. What kind of joke is this? Who's joking? Didn't we just kill that old bastard Wen and Long Kuei? It's just a fart. Who has the time to joke about it? If we killed them, we killed them. If we don't like them, we'll feel uncomfortable if we don't kill them. Can't our hands itch? Naples was completely at his wit's end. He covered his face and let out a pained groan. He finally understood. After all this time, there was something wrong with the prince's head, and it was intermittent. It suddenly flared up. You're courting death, so don't blame me for this. At this time, Long Hui finally came back to his senses. The cold smile on his face surfaced again. His right hand, which was raised halfway, finally swung down fiercely. He sternly rebuked, "Those who are arrogant and obstinate will be punished severely. This is clearly stated in the Federation's laws. Take them down immediately and put them in prison." Wait. Before the dozens of Federation inspectors behind Long Hui could react, Yi Xian's shout suddenly rang out. "I'll say the same thing again. Whether it's old bastard Wen or Long Kuei, this prince doesn't like them, so I'll kill them. But you, Sir Inspector, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to hold the prince accountable for this matter. Don't even mention the obstinate things. It doesn't exist at all because this prince is just stating a fact. It has nothing to do with arrogance or obstinacy." This time, even the purplish warbler couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his face. The others seemed to have seen the problem as well. How was this still arrogance? This was clearly abnormal. It most likely had something to do with the brain. As they thought of this, the expressions on everyone's faces immediately became a little strange. Even the look in their eyes changed. Do you know what this is? At the same time, Yi Xian's words changed. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved. In the blink of an eye, a huge starry fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters appeared. It was bright silver in color and floated above the Overwatch Council, completely covering the entire large square below. Without waiting for everyone to sort out their thoughts and follow his rhythm, Yi Xian stretched out his hand and pointed up, saying again, "A starry fortress. The Tianji clan's starry fortress. Do you know where it came from? It was given to me. This prince's future wife gave it to me. Don't doubt me, she can barely be considered a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan. She's at the middle stage of the mystic light realm. Can't she afford a starry fortress?" At this point, all the powerhouses present, including Long Hui and the purplish warbler, were certain, without exception, that this guy in front of them was absolutely crazy. A second ago, he was still talking about killing Long Kuei, and a second later, he was talking about the starry fortress that his future wife had given him. The change of topic was so fast and silent, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. There was no sense of wrongness at all. If this kind of person wasn't crazy, where was the justice? Chapter 3101. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation enough to offset. Looks like you guys still don't believe me. If there's no other way, I can only call her here to prove it. She's in the Imperial Harem anyway. She's probably with my mother right now. She's been on the immortal planet for quite some time now and even entered the Imperial Harem. Haven't you heard? Oh, right, my future wife from the Tianji clan has 2 words. Ingtai. At this point, Yi Xian finally shut his mouth. However, the surrounding members of the royal family instantly changed their expressions and exclaimed in shock. "Ingtai? Are you sure she's from the Tianji clan?" Long Hui gasped. He was so shocked that the white hairs on his back were about to break out. Previously, he was sure that he was unlucky to have met a lunatic and had to play with him for half a day. However, this was instantly overturned because a woman called Ingtai had indeed come not long ago. Moreover, this woman had indeed claimed to be Prince Xian's confidant. More importantly, this woman's cultivation was clearly at the Mystic Light Realm 4th level. How could it be possible for so many coincidences to be piled up together? After all this time, you knew? If you knew, why did you pretend? She's already here, and she's in the imperial harem. Why would I lie to you? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and took the opportunity to mock him. Also, I'm not from the Tianji clan, but you insisted that I was. Now that I'm telling you that Yingtai is from the Tianji clan, you still don't believe me. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? With that, Long Huai immediately believed 80% of it. A look of ecstasy quickly appeared on his face. Almost all the other experts in the surroundings were the same. Long Xiang and the other princes were even more surprised. They felt that they had been saved from a hopeless situation and that the light of hope had suddenly returned. Naples and the purplish warbler were also quite shocked. Both of them were present when Yi Xian obtained Lightning Fortress. Only the part where they entered the lightning tomb in the middle was known from Yi Xian afterward. Previously, they had always thought that Lightning Fortress was obtained by Prince Xian after he killed a member of the Tianji clan. However, based on Long Huai's reaction, it was extremely likely that the woman called Yingtai in the royal palace was a mystic light realm upper echelon of the Heaven's legacy race, as he said. If that was the case, then the Lightning Fortress was definitely not the spoils of war that he had obtained from killing a member of the Tianji race. It was clearly a gift from that female robot of the Tianji race called Yingtai. This alone was enough to prove his identity as a spy of the Tianji clan. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the expressions on the faces of Naples and the purplish warbler changed. Although they did not immediately question him, the doubts in their hearts grew stronger. Ha ha ha, what a Prince Xian. You should be proud of yourself for being able to make my emotions fluctuate so much in just half a day. However, no matter what your purpose is, today's matter can no longer be settled peacefully. Just based on your ambiguous relationship with that female Tianji clan member, Yingtai, and the fact that you even accepted her generous gift and helped her infiltrate the immortal star, the crime of colluding with the enemy is already confirmed. As for whether you have become an enemy spy, we will know when we come back. Speaking to this point, Long Huai's expression darkened. He suddenly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly take him down. Can you still speak properly? Let me say it all in one go. Will it kill you to be agitated again?" Just as Long Huai's shout fell, Yi Xian spoke again. Halfway through, he suddenly sighed. A one-track mind is really scary. His brain doesn't even know how to turn things around. I've already said it so clearly, but he still hasn't reacted. With this kind of desperate IQ, I don't know how he managed to trick his way into the position of supervisor, although he did not mention any names in the latter half of his sentence, as if he was talking to himself. The word supervisor had been mentioned. Even a fool would know who he was talking about. Many gazes subconsciously swept toward Long Huai. There was more or less a hint of strangeness in their flashing gazes. The latter was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. It was really too infuriating. Thinking back carefully, he realized that in less than half a day, he, as the head of the Overwatch Council, one of the 8 great academies in the Federation's headquarters, had cried out several times. Quickly take him down. However, every time he cried out, he would immediately be played a dirty trick by this brat in front of him. Either that, or he would pretend to be crazy and directly ruin it on the spot. If this happened a few more times, he was afraid that the root of his illness would be left behind. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Long Huai's heart couldn't help but become stronger. Just as he steeled his heart and did not hesitate to personally take action, he only wanted to immediately take Yi Xian down and end today's matter as soon as possible to prevent more problems from arising. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and sighed. Forget it, I'll just say it directly. I originally wanted to be tactful. After all, this kind of thing where I take the initiative to take credit for myself is really a little difficult to say. Do you know why I suddenly mentioned Yingtai and even took out Lightning Fortress to prove that what I said was true? Because she is 10 times better than old devil Wen Xing. Even if Long Kuei is added in, he is still far inferior to her. The Tianji clan must have secretly bought many spies in the human clan and the other clans of the Wan Luo Federation, right? But among the spies that the human clan or the Wan Luo Federation bought and placed in the first universe, other than those hundreds of servant clans that are not presentable, have there been even one true Tianji clan member? Furthermore, Yingtai is far from an ordinary Tianji clan member. With her strength of the mystic light realm, even if she is not a true core giant, she can at least be considered a high-ranking member, right? This prince helped the Federation abduct from the heavenly legacy race, persuaded such an astonishingly valuable member of the heavenly legacy race to surrender. Even if this is a bit of a mistake, this merit should make up for it, right? Sir Inspector, what do you think? At this point, Yi Xian did not say anything else. He glanced at Long Hui playfully, and then waved his hand as if no one was present, and the lightning fortress in the sky returned to the undying world in his body. During this time, the sound of cold air being sucked in continuously sounded from all around the square. Everyone, including Naples and the purplish warbler, suddenly understood everything at this time. They finally understood that Yi Xian had a card up his sleeve from the beginning to the end. No matter how the situation developed, he had long been in an invincible position. Let alone a mystic light realm member of the Heaven's Legacy race, even an ordinary planet realm member of the Heaven's Legacy race would have an inestimable significance to the human race or the myriad Luo Federation. With such a heaven-shaking contribution in hand, what is a small mistake? Thinking of this, most of the experts present blushed, especially those who had once angrily accused Yi Xian of being a spy of the Tianji clan. They were so embarrassed that they could only hope to find a hole to hide in immediately. Their faces were burning with pain, as if they had just been ruthlessly slapped by someone. What nonsense. Chapter 3102. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations D. For some reason, Yingtai felt that something was not right today. It was not from the outside but from herself. Since half a day ago, her eyelids had been twitching from time to time. Later, when she was relaxing in the back garden of the Lady Rose Palace, she suddenly sneezed. This was not a big deal for normal people, but even for a mystic light realm expert, it was impossible for this to happen. Not to mention that she was a robot from the Heaven's Legacy race. Since then, Yingtai had doubts in his heart, and he didn't feel good about it. However, at this moment, her eyelids suddenly started to twitch again. Moreover, they were twitching non-stop, even more so than before. No. This is too strange. I can't let this continue. Yingtai's expression changed slightly as she stood up in shock. Her face was gloomy as she turned around and walked out of the room while muttering to herself. She decided to leave the immortal royal city and wait for a few days to see the situation before making a decision. It wasn't that she was a coward. The key was that this was the Immortal Star, the headquarters of the technology faction, one of the two factions of the human race. Even the headquarters of the 10,000 Luo Federation was here. It could be said that experts were as common as clouds in the sky. Although her mystic light realm cultivation wasn't considered weak, she wouldn't even be able to struggle for her life on this immortal star. Just in this immortal royal city, although the immortal emperor seemed to be the strongest on the surface, his cultivation had only surpassed the void realm, which was the 13th realm. Compared to Yingtai, who was at the 11th realm, the mystic light realm, he was only 2 realms stronger. However, how could the immortal royal family be so simple? Those old monsters of the royal family, who had not shown themselves for who knew how long, were the truly terrifying existences. They were the foundation and support of the entire immortal royal family. Not to mention, even the immortal emperor, who had surpassed the void realm, was an existence that she could only look up to. If the immortal emperor could surpass her status, he could crush her with a flick of his finger. There was no need to even mention the imperial teacher of the immortal royal family called Daoist. Yingtai had once seen his back in the imperial palace. This Daoist's cultivation seemed to be on the same level as the immortal emperor, which was the 13th realm. But Yingtai always had an intuition that the truth was far from that. The name Daoist was simply too capable of evoking her endless imagination. No, it should be said that any member of the Heaven's Legacy race who heard this name would be like her, subconsciously forming some sort of association and guess. Although this association was just a baseless guess, Yingtai's intuition told her that this Daoist definitely had something to do with the clan leader of the Tianji clan, De. If that was really the case, with De's terrifying cultivation, no matter how weak Daoist, who was somewhat related to him, he should not only be at the 13th Great Plane, right? In short, ever since she came to the immortal planet and entered the royal palace, she suddenly realized how overconfident she had been. Here, the only thing she could do was keep a low profile with her mystic light realm cultivation. Unfortunately, Immortal Imperial City was not a place that just anyone could come and go as they pleased. In addition, she still had some hope in her heart that her identity as a member of the Heaven's Legacy race would not be easily discovered. As long as she was careful, she should not be in danger. In addition, Prince Xian had already returned to the Third Universe and had even reached the imperial capital of Tianming. Concubine Mei's order had been sent out. Although Prince Xian had not returned to the immortal planet yet, in any case, her sudden departure at this time would definitely arouse suspicion. But she had no time to care about all this now. Today's matter was too strange. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that unforeseen events would happen at any time. Even if she was willing to take the risk, she had to leave. After making the decision, Yingtai sneaked out of Concubine Mei's palace immediately. After leaving the inner city, she smoothly arrived at the edge of the outer city. After a little more, she could be considered to have successfully left the imperial city. As for the even larger immortal imperial city outside the imperial city, Yingtai did not care at all. With a little joy, Yingtai moved forward again. After a while, she finally passed the last checkpoint and left the immortal imperial city. Unfortunately, just as she took a step forward, her figure crossing the edge of the outer city's defense array and officially stepping into the territory of the imperial capital, an incomparably powerful and mysterious force had already descended without any warning. It instantly locked onto the qi around Yingtai's body, causing her to be unable to move in the slightest. Air. The sudden change caused Yingtai's expression to change wildly. Her beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in alarm. With luck in her heart, she instantly realized that she had been targeted long ago. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that she had just left the imperial city and hadn't even taken a step before she was discovered in an instant? Wouldn't it be better to just stay in the imperial city? You forced me to take action, sigh. As soon as Yingtai's exclamation fell, Air's helpless voice sounded in her ears. Then, without waiting for her to recover, her vision suddenly turned black and she completely lost consciousness. However, her figure did not fall to the ground because of fainting. Instead, as if she had been teleported, she disappeared into thin air without any warning. Immortal Imperial City, the Imperial Preceptor's palace in the outer city area. To be precise, this was actually the underground of the Imperial Preceptor's palace. What appeared in front of them was a huge underground hall. The entire hall was incomparably vast. No matter which direction one looked at it, one could not see the end of it. In addition, although it was underground, when one looked up, the bluestone dome of this vast underground hall was at least 10,000 meters high. An underground space of such a scale was not a small project, and it was even more impossible for it to appear under the immortal imperial city. Therefore, this underground hall should have been built using space folding technology. The hall was originally empty, but at this moment, because this place was too vast, there was no way to distinguish the direction of the hall. With a flash of green light, a relatively independent small room appeared on the floor of the originally empty hall in the blink of an eye. There were even 4 walls and a dome. It was squarish and about 100 meters long. Some large precision instruments could be seen everywhere in the room. In the center, there was a green platform that looked like an operating table. However, it was not material. It was clearly in the form of energy. Yingtai, with her eyes closed, was lying on this green energy platform at this moment. From time to time, there were rays of green light of different shapes scanning her body from top to bottom. This process lasted about 10 minutes. The green light, which had been flashing non-stop, finally disappeared. The next moment, a thin old man suddenly appeared on the side of the green energy platform as if he had teleported. It was Air, who had rushed out of the Imperial Preceptor's palace not long ago and seemed to be going to the headquarters of the Federation. I knew it. How could be so careless? He even forgot to implant the trigger mark in the source code. Chapter 3103. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Machinery Race, that must be it. As soon as all the Tianji clan members are born with intelligence, DE will leave a trigger mark in their intelligence center. Once they have the intention to betray the Tianji clan, the mark left behind will immediately be triggered. The source code will be disrupted, which is equivalent to self-destruction. Because of this, the real members of the Tianji race cannot be bought over by the human race or the Federation. Since this girl also has a trigger mark in her source code, this can only be the result. Either she has tricked the brat outside, or the brat is boasting. The possibility of the latter is obviously higher. Hehe, this tester is quite interesting. Compared to the last one, he is much more clever and flexible. Moreover, the testing system in his body seems to have grown to a higher level. Although its aura is a little mixed, it exudes a mysterious aura. Even with my current sealed state, I can't see through it at a glance and see everything. Should I undo the seal and see the secret? Forget it, forget it. Let's wait and see. Even if it's just undoing the primary seal, the price is too high. This brat still needs to grow, but his potential is huge. I can help him again. While muttering to himself, D-Air's gaze swept over Ing Tai, who was lying on the green energy platform. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and waved. In an instant, the cyan energy platform burst forth with brilliance. Ing Tai, who was originally just lying on the surface of the platform, suddenly sank down and entered the interior of the energy platform. His entire body was enveloped by the energy. At the same time, countless crisscrossing green threads burst out from the inside of the green energy platform. They were of different shapes. Some swept across Ing Tai's body like the previous scan, while some directly entered Ing Tai's body. After a long time, they came out from another location. This process lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, the countless threads bursting out of the green energy platform gradually came to a stop. Ing Tai, who was immersed in it, slowly rose up and finally returned to the surface of the platform. He was still lying there with his eyes closed. It seems that Di's realm has increased again. It took me 15 minutes to undo the trigger mark in the intelligence center source code of a mysterious light realm member of the Tianji race. Although it's only in a sealed state. In just a short 15 minutes, D-Air's face had become slightly paler. At this moment, he muttered to himself and waved his hand again. Fortunately, I've finally succeeded. Now, this girl is no longer a member of the Tianji clan. Her source code has been changed and the trigger mark of my machinery clan has been left behind. From now on, she'll be a member of the machinery clan. Yes, she'll stay by that brat's side. Although it's impossible for her to become his wife, she's qualified to be his personal maid. At this moment, Ing Tai, who was lying on the green energy platform, suddenly opened Tai's Tai, who was lying on the green energy platform. Ing Tai, who was lying, was race, Ying's was race. Then, she rolled and got up from the green energy platform. When she saw D-Air, she greeted him, clan leader. Then, she respectfully stood aside with her hands clasped behind her back. She lowered her head slightly and didn't say anything. She looked like she was waiting for orders. Both D-Air and D-E were robots created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo. They were self-aware and had a new life. However, D-E betrayed the human race and killed Xing Bo. At that time, he induced a large number of intelligent robots to be born. Gradually, the Tianji race formed a certain scale. In the end, they fought the human race. In the first universe, they started a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years and swept across the entire universe. In the end, the human race was defeated. They left the first universe and entered the third universe to develop. The first universe became the territory of the Tianji race, and DE became the overlord of the first universe. This was a matter of the past tens of thousands of years ago. Apart from DE, D-Air was the other first-generation robot created by Xing Bo who was self-aware. He was always grateful to Xing Bo and never left the human race. Later, he became the imperial advisor of the immortal dynasty of the human race's technological camp. Over the years, there had been several generations of immortal emperors in the immortal dynasty, but the imperial advisor had always been D-Heir. Under D-Heir's command, there was also a robot race. D-Yi's robot race was called the Tianji race, while D-Heir's robot race that had self-aware was called the robot race. The Tianji race was the enemy of the entire Wanluo Federation, while the robot race was the human race's ally. However, the robot race rarely appeared. They also had their own base camp, but it was not exposed to the outside world like the Tianji race in the first universe. No one knew where the robot race's base camp was. Only the patriarch, D-Heir, knew. Now, Yingtai, who was originally a member of the Tianji race, was no longer a member of the Tianji race after D-Heir spent a lot of effort to change her core source code. Now, she had become a member of the robot race. Therefore, after waking up, she called D-Heir the patriarch. Now, you have nothing to do with the Tianji race. The trigger mark that DE left in your core source code has also been erased by me. However, your original memories have been retained by me. This is originally impossible, but seeing that I have obtained some useful information from your core source code, and that I need you to follow that kid, I'll make an exception this time. Also, if you want a horse to run, you naturally have to feed it grass. I have also increased your cultivation to the peak of the mystic light realm. Whether or not I want to hide a part of it is up to you to decide. In short, in the future, your mission is to stay by that brat's side and help him grow. I won't interfere with the specific details. My only request is that you don't casually reveal what happened today to him. I don't plan on meeting that brat yet. Even if I do, it will only be as the imperial advisor of the everlasting dynasty, not as the patriarch of the robot race. The testing system in his body has not grown to the point where it can let me reveal everything. Go. That brat is in a bit of trouble right now. Go and help him solve it. Although he is a fake prince, since he has the pure everlasting royal bloodline, this prince's identity is confirmed without a doubt. I can deal with the everlasting emperor, but as for those old fogies in the dynasty's resident elder pavilion, before the seal is unlocked, even I can't force them to submit. If there are no accidents, even if we can make them accept this prince's identity, it is impossible to avoid a disguised attack. Follow that brat and be mentally prepared for this. Just protect his safety. If you encounter any difficulties, don't try to ask me for help. In times of real danger, I naturally won't sit and do nothing. After all, he obtained a testing system that I spread out, so he can be considered one of my disciples. Chapter 3104. The dust has settled, husband. Yingtai has been waiting for you for a long time. Since you're already here, why don't you return to the palace? What are you doing here at the Federation headquarters? As soon as Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai finished speaking, he was just about to make a move to capture Yi Xian when an exceedingly delicate voice of a woman that clearly carried dense resentment suddenly resounded out at this moment. Yingtai's face was filled with hidden bitterness as she flashed through the sky, and as she spoke, she'd already descended not too far away from Yi Xian. She looked at him with pity and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. The Neapolitan and purplish warbler beside him were the same, especially the latter. After being stunned for a moment, his eyes flashed with hostility and vigilance. He stared closely at Yingtai's face, examining her from head to toe. All the surrounding federal supervisors and members of the royal family were also stunned. Yingtai's initiative to come here was unexpected to everyone. Peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm? You were actually concealing your cultivation before? Even First Imperial Uncle Long Huai's expression changed slightly when he saw the cultivation aura that Yingtai revealed at this moment. Although he was an expert at the 12th Great Realm, the Void Stage, there were not many people in the imperial family who revealed such a level on the surface. At the very least, more than half of the 10 great imperial uncles were at the 11th Great Realm, the mysterious light stage. At this moment, Yingtai revealed his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm. He was only one step away from the 12th level, the void realm. Once he took this step, it would be equivalent to Prince Xian having a supreme existence of the void realm by his side. To him, this was extremely significant, and it was truly eye-catching. Apart from that, Ying Tai did not conceal his cultivation base this time. Even the essential aura of the machine race was revealed. It had to be mentioned that the mech race and the Heaven's Legacy race were essentially the same. They were both intelligent robots that had developed their own consciousness. The only difference was their internal core source code. However, their external auras were completely the same. In addition, although D-Air's machinery tribe was a companion of the human tribe, he had always been hidden by D-Air and had never shown himself. Therefore, at this moment, when Ying Tai revealed his aura, coupled with Yi Xian's previous words, almost everyone instinctively thought that Ying Tai was from the Tianji tribe. Although there were many experts present, including inspectors from the Federation headquarters, important members of the Immortal Imperial clan, and even 3-star generals of the Immortal Imperial Army, none of them had ever come into close contact with a member of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even though Naples had entered the First Universe many times to engage in battle with the Heaven's Legacy race, those battles had always taken place in the shadow of the starry sky. Even if the enemy camp had a true upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, they had never had the chance to get close. Therefore, at this moment, when Ying Tai appeared and revealed an aura that was different from that of a human without any scruples, everyone present regained their senses. Their expressions immediately became strange. This was especially so for the 5 princes and a few imperial uncles. Their expressions were uncertain, and a dark light flickered in their eyes. No one knew what they were scheming in their hearts. You are indeed from the Heaven's Legacy race, and you even concealed your cultivation to infiltrate the immortal star. It seems that you have ulterior motives. After a flash of light in his eyes, the first imperial uncle Long Huai suddenly laughed coldly. Since that brat said that you are a member of the upper echelon that he persuaded from the Heaven's Legacy race to surrender, then what harm is there in believing him? Whether this is true or not will be known after a trial. If you can't provide important information about the Heaven's Legacy race, then this will undoubtedly be false. When that time comes. In other words, this was clearly a prelude to detain Yi Xian for interrogation. Furthermore, it was not just Yi Xian, but Ying Tai as well. If she could provide enough information about the Heaven's Legacy race to prove her sincerity, then it would be fine. If she couldn't, then today's matter could forget about coming to an end. Yi Xian's earlier words of persuading a member of the Heaven's Legacy race to surrender would be completely overturned. Sir Inspector, I'm sorry, but your Federation's Overwatch Council does not have the authority to interrogate me. Or rather, if you want to interrogate me, I'll have to trouble you to obtain permission from the dynasty first. In the face of the first Imperial Uncle Long Huai's words, Ying Tai calmly took out an item and directly raised her hand to show it to Long Huai. This is the Imperial Advisor's order. I have already surrendered to the Immortal Dynasty and am now a spy of the dynasty. If your Federation wants to obtain any information related to the Heaven's Legacy race from me, it is not impossible. However, please negotiate with the dynasty. Hearing this, the first Imperial Uncle was immediately dumbfounded. The Imperial Advisor's order that Ying Tai took out could not be fake, and the meaning of this Imperial Advisor's order was very clear. It meant that the Immortal Dynasty had already acknowledged her identity and accepted her. Now, even if she was a member of the Heaven's Legacy race, she was already a spy of the Immortal Dynasty. If the Federation wanted to investigate her as a spy of the Heaven's Legacy race, it was tantamount to slapping the Immortal Dynasty's face. This was absolutely impossible. It would cause internal strife within the Federation. In reality, even Yi Xian was a little dazed at this moment. His previous plan was to force Ying Tai to go along with his words and admit that she had already been persuaded by Yi Xian to surrender. After all, she was a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Following this identity being exposed by Yi Xian, cooperating with Yi Xian was already the only choice. Otherwise, on the Immortal Star, only death awaited her. In this way, not only did he resolve the matter of Wen Xing and the killing of Long Kuei, he even resolved the crisis that Ying Tai had brought to him. No matter what the other party's goal was in using her identity as a member of the Heaven's Legacy race to enter the Immortal Star under the guise of his fiancée, when all of this was exposed, and it was exposed by Yi Xian himself, Ying Tai could not continue to cause a ruckus. She could not do anything. She could only be passive. However, everything in front of him was a little unexpected. He did not understand how things had suddenly developed to this point. Had Ying Tai obtained the recognition of the immortal dynasty long before he had arrived? She had even obtained the imperial advisor's order. Could it be that she had come to the immortal star to voluntarily admit her identity as a member of the Heaven's legacy race? But what was the purpose of doing so? Could it be that she really admired him and did not hesitate to surrender to the immortal dynasty in order to start a so-called butterfly love with him? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian immediately shuddered. If this was really the case, then this girl was clearly crazy. How could she do such a thing? If she continued to pester him like this in the future, thinking of this, Yi Xian did not feel good. He had a feeling that after tossing and turning for so long, in the end, he had still fallen into her trap. At this moment, as Ying Tai raised her hand and flashed D'Air's imperial advisor's order, the surrounding Federation supervisors all breathed a sigh of relief. However, the members of the imperial family, including the imperial uncles and the 5 great princes, all sighed. Chapter 3105. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 18th Prince's manner. No matter how unwilling Long Huai was, in the end, Yi Xian, Naples, and the purplish warbler still swaggered out of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Oh, right. Other than the 3 of them, there was also Ying Tai. Just as Ying Tai had said, the imperial advisor's token in her hand was enough to prove her identity as a defector of the Tianji clan. She had already been accepted and acknowledged by the Eternal Dynasty. Even the Wanluo Federation could only negotiate with the Eternal Dynasty and request for assistance if they wanted to obtain any information from her, a defector of the Tianji clan. As for whether the Eternal Dynasty would agree or not, that was another matter altogether. In short, with the Imperial Preceptor's token, even if Ying Tai was truly a member of the Heaven's legacy race, the myriad sifting Federation would not be able to touch her. Her body had already been marked with the mark of the Immortal Dynasty. From now on, she was a member of the dynasty. Furthermore, she was an imperial concubine. The 18th prince's concubine. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately felt a headache. If Ying Tai's identity was revealed by him and she had no choice but to follow Yi Xian's words and cooperate with him, then Ying Tai would undoubtedly leave something in Yi Xian's hands. Without mentioning anything else, at least in the future, he would no longer have to worry about her bothering him with words like a butterfly's love. But now, it was different. Long before Yi Xian returned to the Immortal Star, he had already taken the initiative to confess his identity to the Immortal Empire. In this matter, Yi Xian couldn't control him at all. In this way, if Ying Tai continued to pester Yi Xian with the excuse of a butterfly's love, other than being depressed and vexed, there was nothing he could do. Don't forget, she was a supreme existence at the great circle of the mystic light realm. Even Naples could only be crushed in front of her. Yi Xian did not even know if the weeping soul Bloodhorn could crush her like Long Kuei. Long Kuei was only at the 4th level of the mystic light realm, while Ying Tai was a supreme existence who was only 1 step away from entering the 12th great realm, the void realm. There was a difference of 5 whole levels. At the 11th great realm, 1 level was often the difference between heaven and earth. The difference of 5 levels was truly a completely different concept. Unlike Yi Xian's heart Aya, after leaving the Federation's Overwatch Council, Naples and the purplish warbler were completely relaxed and their moods were they? Were clearly in a good mood. Was his daybreak studio? Was studio? Was studio? Was studio? Was studio? In addition, the marriage between the prince and the Xianyuan family was also resolved. Ying Tai was a robot. Even if she could be given the position of concubine, it was impossible for her to become the first wife. From the looks of it, the news of the so-called marriage was purely a way for the dynasty to appease and rope Ying Tai in. Since she was a robot, how could there be any ambiguity between her and Prince Xian? Regarding this point, Xianyuan Ziying no longer needed to verify it to be certain in her heart. At this moment, she had already determined that everything that had happened before was just a misunderstanding. No matter how jealous she was, the target should not be a robot. As for Yingtai, after leaving the headquarters of the Federation, she did not say a word. She followed behind Yi Xian obediently, as if she was his servant. This made Yi Xian feel quite relieved. At least this girl knew how to judge the situation. She knew that this was the immortal star, not a place where she could jump around. She did not dare to be as arrogant as she was in the Demonkin Star area. After the four of them left the Wanluo Federation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. After the four of them stepped into it, they headed straight for the immortal royal capital. The immortal star was where the immortal royal capital of the human race's technological faction was located. Not to mention the 9 satellites, just the immortal star in the center was enormous. The vast plain loaned to the Wanluo Federation for the Federation's headquarters was only a very small area of the immortal star. There were many cities in the other vast areas. These cities were all located around the everlasting imperial capital, scattered like stars in the sky. The immortal royal capital was the largest city on the immortal star. The immortal royal capital was located in the depths of the royal capital. The royal capital was divided into the outer city and the inner city. The inner city was where the immortal royal capital lived, while the outer city was where the officials of the royal capital attended court, as well as the prince's residences, the imperial preceptor's hall, and the elder dormitory. Of course, the elder dormitory and the imperial preceptor's hall were restricted by formations. Most people couldn't enter without being summoned, not even the princes. The residences of the princes and the residences of the many members of the royal family were located in the ordinary areas of the outer city. Among them, only the princes of the immortal emperor's direct line of descent could have their own residences. Although the other branches also had residences in the outer city, they weren't princes' residences. As for the 10 royal uncles and the like, they had long moved out of the outer royal capital to oversee the 9 satellites. There were dozens of princes of the immortal emperor. Some of them were underage and were not allowed to have their own princes' mansions. These underage princes were all arranged in a place called the Prince's Academy. There were specialized instructors in charge of cultivation, etiquette, and knowledge in science and technology. Currently, there were only 28 people who had grown up and owned a prince's manor. In other words, there were a total of 28 prince's manors in the outer imperial city, and Prince Xian's manor was the 18th prince's manor. Although Prince Xian had left the Undying Star to participate in the royal family's ultimate trial, as long as it wasn't proven that he had died outside, the 18th prince residence that belonged to him would continue to exist. The group of old servants and maids who were in charge of managing the residence were all present. However, before Prince Xian left the immortal star to participate in the royal family's ultimate trials, he wasn't outstanding among the 28 princes. He was even looked down upon because of his cowardly personality. As such, not only was the 18th prince's residence not in a good location, but it wasn't grand either. As for the old servants and maids in the residence, there was no need to talk about them. When Prince Xian was still around, there might not have been a lack of housekeepers or maidservants. However, ever since Prince Xian left the Undying Star, these old servants and maidservants had all left through various channels. Most likely, they had all left. As servants of the royal family, they also needed to consider their own futures. Following a cowardly prince like Prince Xian only sounded good on the surface. In reality, everyone knew that there was no way they would be able to make a name for themselves. As a result, there was only one loyal old servant left in the 18th prince's mansion to take care of everything in the mansion. The rest of the servants went their separate ways and tried their best to join the other princes' mansions. Chapter 3106. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Dragon's Den and Tiger's Den, this is your 18th prince's mansion? Isn't it a little too shabby? Also, it's so bleak. The purplish warbler rolled his eyes and said as he looked at the 18th prince's mansion that was so quiet that it made people speechless. As the 18th prince's mansion, there was no problem with the basic foundation of the mansion in front of them. It occupied a large area, and the courtyards were connected to each other. Most importantly, it was too quiet. At a glance, the courtyards within sight were overgrown with weeds. After all, there was only one old servant who stayed here to take care of such a large courtyard. It was impossible for him to even clean up the weeds. Creak. At this moment, the double-riveted door of the 18th prince's mansion slowly opened. Just by listening to the creaking sound, one could tell that the door had not been opened for a long time. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. As the door opened, an old man with white hair and a beard but a stocky build entered the four people's line of sight. The old man's mental state was quite good, and his cultivation strength was also decent. He was actually a level 4 black hole realm expert. When he saw Yi Xian, he was stunned for a moment. Following that, as Yi Xian deliberately activated the royal bloodline, a trace of the bloodline aura that originally belonged to Prince Xian faintly spread out. This old servant with a black hole realm cultivation immediately had tears in his eyes as he choked with sobs. Xianzi. It's you. It's really you. This old servant has finally waited for this day. Yi Xian secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that the old servants that the 18th prince acknowledged were different from the members of the royal family like Long Huai. They only acknowledged the aura of their master. As for other things, they were too lazy to ask, and they didn't have the right to ask. The four people stepped into the 18th prince's mansion, and what appeared in front of them was a huge main courtyard overgrown with weeds. Yi Xian frowned, and the old servant hurriedly explained, Xianzi. No, Prince Xian, after you left, those fellows all left one after another. All these years, the entire 18th prince's mansion has been taken care of by this old servant alone, so, it's fine. From now on, you'll be the chief steward of the 18th prince's mansion. Just call me Xianzi. Yi Xian was slightly touched. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he found out the old servant's name. His surname was actually Long, and his name was Long Kong. He was a member of the branch family of the Eternal Dynasty, and there was a weak royal bloodline flowing in his body. He was an elder of Consort Mei's bloodline. Ever since Prince Xian came of age, he had been following Long Xian until now. Xianzi, after you came out of nowhere and became the Feishing Federation, those fellows were like stray cats that smelled blood. All of them wanted to come back, but this old servant stopped them all. This bunch of ingrates. Some of them are even currently servants in the 5th prince's mansion. They suddenly want to come back, and they have ulterior motives. This old servant can't let them come back to harm you. At this moment, Long Kong spoke again with a choked voice. Originally, the 18th prince's mansion had a total of 18 courtyards, and there were no such weeds. Although this old servant is only one person, I'm still in the black hole realm. Although it's tiring to take care of a mansion, I can still do it. It's because those fellows came every day and wanted to trespass, especially those guards. Among them, there were a few commanders and vice-commanders who were also in the black hole realm. This old servant was no match for them, and I was seriously injured by them. This happened a month ago, and I haven't recovered yet. That's why, this courtyard is overgrown with weeds. This old servant, I, have failed in my duty. What? Those fellows actually injured you? Yi Xian was instantly enraged when he heard this. Long Kong had said very clearly that those fellows, including the guards in the 18th prince's mansion, had all gone to seek refuge with the other princes after Long Xian left. Some of them even went to the 5th prince's mansions to listen to their orders. But now, after knowing that Prince Xian had appeared out of nowhere, these fellows actually wanted to return. If it was said that the 5 princes hadn't instructed them to plant spies by Prince Xian's side before he returned, Yi Xian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, those fellows actually dared to injure Long Kong, the only person who was loyal to the 18th prince's mansion. This was already beyond what Yi Xian could tolerate. Forget it, let bygones be bygones. Although this old servant was outnumbered, at least I didn't let those fellows take a single step into the 18th prince's mansion. Seeing the indignation on Yi Xian's face, Long Kong was comforted and tears appeared in his eyes. With a comforted expression, he choked on his sobs and quickly wiped away his tears. He forced a smile and said, now that the prince is back, it's a big matter. However, This is such a big mansion, we will definitely need to recruit some servants to take care of it. This old servant only has one thing to say, this matter must be handled by this old servant. Not a single one of those ingrates who left before can be let back. That would be a slap in your face, child. Naples, Purplish Warbler, and Ingtai were also filled with righteous indignation at this moment. Their long, shapely eyebrows furrowed. On the other hand, Yi Xian frowned and pondered for a moment before grinning. He waved his hand and said to Long Kong, "Don't worry, Uncle Kong. You don't need to worry about this matter. I don't want any of the people in this imperial city." At this moment, Yi Xian had already made up his mind. Everyone inside and outside the 18th prince's mansion would be his own subordinates. Even if most of them were demons, so what? Even Ingtai, a true upper echelon of the Heaven's legacy race, could walk openly in the immortal imperial city. What did a few demon dweller guards and servants count for? This old man wants to see if those ingrates and the people from the 5th prince's side dare to behave atrociously in the 18th prince's mansion. After making up his mind, Yi Xian immediately sneered, "As long as they dare to come, no matter if they are in the open or in the dark, this prince will throw a sentence here. Anyone who dares to come will not be able to return." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle, the Black Mosquito, the Black Wind, and the Saint Child. Immediately after, with a thought from him, a large number of devil cultivator and magical beast experts walked out of the Dongshu shuttle and the 3 space fortresses. They didn't say a word as they quietly stood around Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, thousands of troops came to meet him. Not to mention Uncle Kong, even the Purplish Warbler and Naples were shocked. This was clearly the rhythm of turning the 18th prince's mansion into a tiger's den. This is going to be fun. The whole mansion of the 18th prince is full of demons and magical beasts. Once this formation is set up, those who don't know will think that they have been teleported to the demon star area of the first universe. That's right. That's right. The 18th prince's mansion is full of demons and magical beasts. Once this formation is set up, those who don't know will think that they have been teleported to the demon star area of the first universe. Chapter 3107. Despicable slaves. Due to the fact that this was a special period and he was currently at the peak of his power, even Ingtai of the Tian-Ji race could move freely in the imperial city. There was nothing else to worry about. As such, the demonic beast experts Yi Xian mobilized from the Void Hole shuttle and the 3 demonic beast fortresses were extremely powerful and luxurious. First was the internal affairs. In this regard, in the command cabins on the top floors of the Black Mosquito and Black Wind fortresses, there were many professional demons who specialized in this matter. The male attendants were all extraordinarily handsome, and the female attendants were all top-notch beauties. Their professionalism was impeccable. In this regard, Yi Xian mobilized 200 demonic beast scouts from each of the 2 fortresses. In total, there were 400 demonic beast scouts, half male and half female. In the future, they would be in charge of the internal affairs of the 18th prince's residence. As for the head of internal affairs, Yi Xian arranged for 2 people. One was Uncle Kong, who would be in charge, and the other was Li Mosquito, who would be his assistant. Apart from that, there was also the guard team of the 18th prince's residence. In this regard, Yi Xian put in a lot of effort. It was divided into the demonic beast army and the demonic beast army. The demonic beast army was a hidden force, made up of 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles. The mid-stage Origin Realm 8-star Wang Ladle was the commander of the demonic beast guard team. The demonic beast army was the force on the surface, led by Gui Hai Dao and 1,000 demonic beasts to patrol the residence. At the same time, the Origin Realm 4's Wu Fengtai was the commander of the demonic beast guard team. Apart from that, the wretched mosquito butcher was also released by Yi Xian. As the head of external affairs, this guy was smooth and slick. His words and actions were often unexpected, and one sentence from him could make someone faint. In the following period of time, the 5 princes would probably attack the 18th prince's residence openly and covertly. With the wretched mosquito butcher at the front, even if he couldn't do anything substantial, it would be enough to annoy the princes a little. When Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Void Hole shuttle and the 3 demonic beast scout fortresses into his undying world, the hidden guard team of 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles was nowhere to be seen. The magical beast guard legion's origin realm expert, 8-star Wang Chao, was the same. Yi Xian had given him the authority to directly take down any expert who came to invade the 18th prince's mansion. If the other party secretly invaded the 18th prince's mansion, there was no need to report it. As for the 1,000 demon slaves under Gui Haidao's command, they had split into several patrol squads in a short amount of time. They began to patrol the surroundings of the 18th prince's estate. When this origin realm demon slave team was first established, all of them, including Gui Haidao, were at the first star core realm. However, so much time had passed, and Yi Xian had unconditionally provided them with all kinds of cultivation resources. Most of the time, he was busy with the other forces and basically didn't disturb them. All of the demon slaves were fully focused on cultivating and breaking through. Now, they were basically all at the second star realm, the meteor realm. Some of them, such as Gui Haidao, had already reached the third star realm, the satellite realm. Compared to Yi Xian, they were only one realm away. This was an impressive improvement. Back then, Yi Xian was also at the star core realm like them. Although Yi Xian was now at the fourth star realm, the planet realm, they were only one realm lower than Yi Xian. This showed how hard they had worked. After all, Yi Xian had been able to reach the star realm in such a short time because of many coincidences. It was also very difficult for Gui Haidao and the others to have such achievements. At this point, the arrangements in the 18th prince's residence were finally completed. The originally lifeless 18th prince's residence was full of vitality in the blink of an eye. Uncle Kong had witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. Gui Haidao and the other demonic experts looked no different from humans on the surface. However, anyone could tell at a glance that the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers were definitely not from the third universe's human race. They definitely came from the outer domain. But even so, Uncle Kong still didn't say anything. Seeing that the originally empty 18th prince's manor was full of life in an instant, he had an expression of great joy. As for the wretched mosquito butcher, when he heard that Yi Xian had appointed him as the external director of the 18th prince's residence, he would personally take care of all matters related to the outside of the residence. His status was on the same level as Uncle Kong's, and in an instant, it was as if he had been injected with a shot of chicken blood. He was just short of howling, so he immediately pulled Uncle Kong and directly entered the residence, as if he was about to start his official business and understand the situation from Uncle Kong. Keep a close eye on this old thing. Remember to send a few people. They don't need to do anything else. Just follow behind him in shifts and keep an eye on everything about him. Of course, in name, they will be the external chief's personal guards. After the wretched mosquito butcher left with Uncle Kong, Yi Xian turned his head to look at Gui Haidao and gave a new order. In his opinion, he would have to stay in the 18th prince's mansion for a period of time. In any case, Yi Xian had nothing to do during this period of time, so he could take the opportunity to carefully investigate the problem of the wretched mosquito butcher. The entire 18th prince's residence occupied a vast area with 18 courtyards. Each courtyard had several rooms like a maze. Therefore, even though Yi Xian could assign a lot of people with a wave of his hand, it was still possible for these people to settle down in such a large residence. Although Yi Xian was a prince and the owner of the 18th prince's residence, he didn't know the rules here. Of course, he could have used his personal communication system to invade the starry sky network of the immortal star and search for everything. However, due to the existence of the immortal star superbrain, this method was no longer possible. Yi Xian didn't dare to use his personal communication system here, so he could only give up on this idea. In fact, he didn't need to worry about any of this at all. As the head steward of the residence, Uncle Kong took care of everything in an orderly manner. Without waiting for Yi Xian to ask, the male and female demon servants he assigned to Uncle Kong to take care of the residence's internal affairs had already figured out all the rules in the residence. Naturally, someone would come and lead Yi Xian to his residence. As a prince, Yi Xian's residence was the last courtyard. It was extremely exquisite. According to the rules, even the purplish warbler and Ing Tai, who were close friends yet to be married, were arranged to stay in the front courtyard. As for Naples and the other male guests, they couldn't even enter the 3 inner courtyards and could only stay in the middle courtyard of the residence. After everything was settled, Yi Xian heard a commotion coming from outside the residence. If he guessed correctly, it was most likely those ignorant lowly servants who knew that Prince Xian had returned and recklessly came looking for him. Chapter 3108. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The prince is wise, why can't we go in? We are all old officials of Prince Xian's mansion. Who the hell are you guys? Why are you acting as guards in the prince's mansion? This is originally our duty. You are overstepping. We have to report this to the Imperial Clan Court. Hee, you probably don't know, right? Guards and maids in the prince's mansion must register with the Imperial Clan Court before they can. That's right. You guys are all unorthodox. Get out of the 18th prince's mansion. This is our territory. Let us in. If you stop us, we will immediately turn around and report this to the Imperial Clan Court. At that time, we will drag you to prison. None of you can escape. Get out of the Imperial City. This is not a place you can stay. Ing Tai, Purplish Warbler, Naples, Uncle Kong, and the wretched mosquito butcher followed behind. Yi Xian had just entered the second courtyard of the 18th prince's mansion when he heard the noise in the courtyard. The words were extremely arrogant. Even he could immediately hear the anger in them. He frowned and sneered inwardly. Listening to these guys, it seemed that he couldn't make decisions in his mansion. He had to listen to the arrangements of his family members in the Imperial Clan Court. In addition, these guys outside were so arrogant. Judging from the noise, it seemed that there were 200 or 300 people gathered. After receiving the news that he had returned, they actually gathered at the door as if they had made an appointment. They opened their mouths and shut their mouths as if they were the masters of the 18th prince's mansion. They actually wanted to drive away all the guards he had arranged. Amazing. If it wasn't for the instructions of his 5 imperial brothers, how could this group of servants be so bold? It seemed that these guys still hadn't given up. After failing to act openly, they planned to stab him in the back. If the 18th prince's mansion was really infiltrated by their people and completely controlled, Yi Xian would be surrounded by spies. It would be difficult for him to do anything. He was a dignified prince, yet he was unable to pass down a single order in his own residence. When he encountered something, he had to personally do it. This was a huge loss of face, and it would undoubtedly cause Yi Xian to become a laughingstock in the royal family. At that time, the original momentum would instantly change, and he would probably be ridiculed the moment he left the residence. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart was filled with murderous intent. He didn't matter about those 5 princes. There would be a day when he could settle the grudge with them. There was no rush. However, no matter what, he couldn't let these traitorous dogs off easily. Otherwise, the entire immortal imperial city would think that he didn't live up to his name. No matter how great his reputation was outside, he was still the weak and incompetent old 18th when he returned home. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian led the group of people behind him to the first courtyard of the 18th prince's mansion. The door of the 18th prince's mansion was wide open. There were 200 to 300 people crowded outside. The ones with their heads up were obviously some guards. They should be the previous guards of the 18th prince's mansion. The 3 people in front of them were all at the Black Hole Realm. The rest were basically at the Planet Realm and Star Realm. Facing them across the gate were 3 teams of demon guards led by Gui Haidao. They were basically at the second major realm, the Satellite Realm. Overall, they were weaker by more than 2 major realms. It was no wonder that the other party dared to be so arrogant. They were clearly bullying the new guards of the 18th prince's mansion because they were weak. As for the mosquito beasts and soldiers, although they were at the Galaxy Realm and Black Hole Realm, they didn't reveal themselves because they were hidden sentries. Although Zhuo Fengtai was also present, he concealed his cultivation and no one could see that he was at the Origin Realm. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't have dared to be so rude and overbearing. Just as Yi Xian led the few people behind him into the first courtyard, the sharp eyes of the group of fellows who were looking in from the front door of the prince's mansion immediately saw his figure. Immediately, a few people began to shout loudly. "Your Highness, what's the meaning of this? We are all old people of the 18th prince's mansion. Why are we not allowed to enter our own mansion now? Where did these foreign slaves come from? They are all unfamiliar. I'm afraid they haven't even registered when they entered the imperial city, right? Don't mention reporting to the imperial clan court. This is against the rules. Reporting to the imperial clan court will take at least half a month to investigate such a large group of people. What will happen to the security of the 18th prince's mansion during this time? What if some rascals sneak in at night? Your Highness, this will be a great loss of face for you. Your Highness, for the sake of our reputation, let's chase these fellows away and let us, the older generation, serve you instead." Although these words sounded reasonable on the surface, there was clearly a threat in them. They were afraid that if Yi Xian didn't agree, they would disguise themselves as rascals and sneak into the mansion to cause trouble at night. This was most likely the follow-up plan of the 5 great princes. They were really arrogant. Realizing this, the killing intent in Yi Xian's heart was already extremely dense. With his current status, it was naturally a small matter to kill these few slaves. However, if that was really the case, he was afraid that his 5 brothers who were unwilling to give up would not have to worry. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's anger couldn't help but gradually dissipate. A smile appeared on his originally gloomy face. He grinned and waved his hand at Gui Haidao. "All right, don't guard the gate. There are all the old people of the 18th prince's mansion outside. If they want to come in, why stop them? Just let them in." Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Only the wretched mosquito butcher didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest. Instead, he laughed sinisterly. This fellow had a good understanding of Yi Xian's methods. He knew that Yi Xian wasn't that easy to get along with. There must be a deeper meaning behind his words. Gui Haidao was stunned for a moment before he frowned. In the end, he waved his hand, and the demon slave guards that were blocking the entrance of the manor immediately retreated to the sides, opening up a path for the 2 of them. The people outside obviously thought that Yi Xian had given in. They immediately looked at each other and grinned. The 3 Black Hole Realm guards at the front laughed heartily and led the people behind them into the mansion. "Ha ha ha, like I said, Your Highness is wise, wise. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? However, since these people are so insensible, we should chase them out of the imperial city as soon as possible." As they spoke, these people had all entered the mansion and stood in the first courtyard of the 18th prince's mansion. There were nearly 300 of them. Chapter 3109. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Break their legs and throw them out, close the door. Clear the area. Gui Haidao, all of you stand guard outside. You'll be the coolies who carry them out later. All the secret guards will be in charge of the rest. Every single one of you, break the legs of every single one of you, and throw them out the door. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back as if he was admiring the scenery. Gui Haidao and the other guards were stunned for a moment before they retreated to the periphery of the courtyard with ferocious expressions and gloated at the group of people. As for the close to 300 people in the courtyard, their expressions changed drastically. The 3 Black Hole Realm Guard commanders even started cursing loudly. "Your Highness, what do you mean by that? This joke isn't funny at all. Yes, yes, yes. You're too disappointing. We're all old people in the residence. What's the matter? You're turning your back on us immediately after making a name for yourself? The world is so cold. He just got a little bit of ability and he's making an example of us old people. How unkind. We won't accept this and swear to resist. We'll report it to the Imperial Clan Court and ask them to make the decision." "That's right. We must expose this matter and let the world see what kind of ugly face the Prince Xian they're talking about is. He's a master who burns bridges after crossing the river. He's forgotten how we used to serve him, screech. Without waiting for these people to finish speaking, the surroundings of the first courtyard suddenly rang out with a series of dense buzzing and whistling sounds. A large number of mosquito beasts and void soldiers appeared out of thin air. Their cultivation bases were mostly at the 8th major realm, the Black Hole realm. Some of them were at the 7th major realm, the Galaxy realm. There were about 200 of each. This was the result before all of them arrived. Yi Xian had arranged for the mosquito beasts and the void soldiers to form a secret sentry army in the 18th prince's residence. There were about 1,000 of both types of ferocious beasts. Now, only 1/5 of them were mobilized. But even so, the group of people who were hooting in the first courtyard were still scared to the point that their legs went soft at the first moment. Thump, 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 thump. All of them cried out in shock and fell to the ground. There were only 3 Black Hole Realm experts among them. However, hundreds of Black Hole Realm experts suddenly appeared around them. Moreover, they were all ferocious beasts. They had never seen a mosquito beast or a soldier ladle before, so they didn't know what these 2 ferocious beasts were. However, there was one thing that they were certain of, and that was that once these ferocious beasts attacked, they were definitely more terrifying than human experts of the same realm. Could it be that the ferocious beasts knew when to stop? With this thought in mind, some of these people immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. They cried and shouted that they wanted to die. Every one of them was crying. The moment this group of ferocious beasts appeared, they realized that the situation today was far from good. Prince Xian was no longer the Prince Xian of the past. How could he allow these unruly servants to bully and humiliate him? Your Highness, please spare our lives. We were forced to do this. It wasn't our idea to come here and cause trouble today. Yes, 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 Your Highness. We were muddle-headed and were tricked by others. Please have mercy on us, Your Highness. Seeing that we have served you before, please spare our lives, Your Highness. For a moment, the entire first courtyard was filled with cries and begging for mercy. The group of mosquito beasts and soldier ladles that had already surrounded these people were all prepared to attack. Their eyes glowed with blood-red light as they stared fixedly at these people, looking as if they were going to devour them alive. This prince knows better than any of you who is tricking you behind the scenes, so there's no need to say more. As for sparing your lives, as I said earlier, I'll just break your legs and throw you out of the door. Don't worry, you won't die. In addition, in order to prevent you from spreading rumors outside, I'm sure that the people who tricked you here won't sit idly by and do nothing even if your legs are broken. If you meet a benevolent master, he might even help you heal your legs. Of course, if some people are more black-hearted and find it troublesome, it's also possible that they'll kill you to prevent future trouble. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's up to fate. Speaking of which, it was your own choice to leave the 18th prince's residence and seek refuge with them. Therefore, I'm sure you know what will happen to you in the end. No matter how miserable it is, you can't blame others. Do it. Yi Xian shouted the last sentence. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to give the order to all the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles. In an instant, buzzing and whistling sounds rang out. All the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles rushed towards these people. Immediately after, the first courtyard was filled with miserable howls. This group of people were scared out of their wits when facing hundreds of mosquito beasts and soldiers. They didn't dare to fight back at all. All of them were rolling around on the ground, but the result was, without exception, that all of them had their legs broken. Those who fell into the hands of the mosquito beasts were better off. They were basically cut off by the mosquito beasts' sharp mosquito arms. However, those who fell into the hands of the ladle soldiers were miserable. Without exception, their legs were nibbled away by the ladle soldiers bit by bit, all the way to their knees. More than half of them fainted on the spot due to the torture. In the end, Gui Haidao led a few squads of guards in the manner to carry all the wicked servants and their broken legs out of the door and threw them to the ground on the other side of the street. As for whether these people lived or died, it was not up to them to care, nor were they interested. When these groups of guards returned, the remaining groups of guards had already washed the first courtyard clean with clean water, and not even the slightest trace of the smell of blood remained. All the mosquito beasts and soldiers concealed themselves once more, and everything returned to normal. It was as if everything from before had never happened at all. Yi Xian was calm about all of this. As a 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples had naturally seen many things. Even the purplish warbler was not a big deal when he went out to train. What surprised Yi Xian was that Uncle Kong, an old servant in the residence, was not afraid at all even though he had clearly seen the entire process. His expression did not change at all. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian turned to look at Uncle Kong and asked gently, "Uncle Kong, I've been away for a long time, so I don't know much about the matters in the imperial city. May I know who's in charge of the so-called imperial clan court now?" The so-called imperial clan court is actually a supervisory agency within the imperial family. It does not receive any salary from the imperial court, so it is not an agency of the imperial court. It's an independent department within the imperial family that is only under the jurisdiction of the resident elder pavilion. Chapter 31:10. Imperial Clan Court. Upon hearing the first 2 sentences of Uncle Kong's explanation, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. Even though Prince Xian had been away from the imperial city for a long time and didn't know who was in charge of the imperial clan court, he couldn't possibly have forgotten the basic situation of the court, right? Yet, Uncle Kong had chosen to go through the unnecessary details from the beginning. This clearly showed that he was certain that Yi Xian didn't know anything about this. In other words, Uncle Kong clearly knew that the person standing in front of him right now wasn't the real Prince Xian. Even though his bloodline and aura were completely identical, this person was no longer the same person. That was why he was so meticulous in his explanation. With this thought, Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at Uncle Kong a few more times. However, the latter's expression remained the same, and his tone was calm as he carefully explained everything about the imperial clan court to Yi Xian. The main responsibility of the imperial clan court is to control and supervise all members of the imperial family. Including the 5 princes and the 10 imperial uncles, the imperial clan court has the right to interfere in all matters. It even has the right to inquire about matters within the harem. Of course, this requires the immortal emperor's permission in advance. In short, the imperial clan court has the right to inquire about all members of the imperial family and all matters related to them. Its status is transcendent. Although the immortal emperor is the direct leader of the imperial clan court in name, in reality, when required, the imperial clan court can completely bypass the immortal emperor and directly report to the imperial family's resident elder pavilion. All the guards and servants of the prince's residences do indeed need to register with the imperial clan court. They naturally don't have the right to alarm the imperial clan court, but the imperial clan court has the right to manage everything related to the princes. The current governor of the imperial clan court is named Long Shisho. He is a clan uncle of the current immortal emperor. In terms of seniority, Your Highness should call him Grand Uncle. This person's cultivation is extremely extraordinary as well. Just like Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai, he's a supreme existence at the 12th level of the Void Realm. Of course, Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai doesn't dare to make a move against him. Not to mention the position of governor of the Imperial Clan Court, Grand Imperial Uncle still has to address him as Clan Uncle when he sees him. It's precisely because of their extraordinary status that no one in the entire Eternal Imperial family dares to oppose them. In fact, everyone in the Imperial Clan Court, even the most ordinary of inspectors, is a member of the Imperial family. They are chosen from the younger generation of the Imperial family by an Imperial Elder dispatched by the Imperial Elder Pavilion. Each year, they are chosen from the younger generation of the Imperial family. At this point, Uncle Kong paused and looked up at Yi Xian before continuing, "Your Highness, please don't mind this old servant for speaking too much. Since your 5 imperial brothers have resorted to such underhanded means, I'm afraid they've already made up their minds to drag you down at all costs and regardless of the consequences. Therefore, there's no way they won't put an effort into the Imperial Clan Court. Of course, the Imperial Clan Court status is extraordinary. They don't have the ability to mobilize them at will, but they can make use of them. For example, the matter just now is enough for the imperial clan court to intervene and investigate. If nothing unexpected happens, this old servant estimates that they're already on their way and will be here soon. Could it be that they're going to arrest me and interrogate me? Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. His eyes couldn't help but light up. In fact, the anger in his heart had inexplicably surged out again. Although he was an impostor, his identity as Prince Xian had been recognized on the surface. Even so, ever since Yi Xian had come to this undying star, nothing good had happened to him. First, there was the Overwatch Council at the headquarters of the Heavenly Federation. Then, when he returned to his own manor, his 5 brothers were disgusting. They sent a group of servants to make trouble. Then, the imperial clan court came to question him. Could it be that he was raised by a stepmother? He was clearly returning to his own home, but they made it seem more dangerous than the Majin galaxy behind the enemy lines. No one could be happy about this kind of situation. Uncle Kong clearly saw Yi Xian's displeasure and immediately laughed bitterly. He shook his head and continued to explain, "Your Highness, please don't be angry. You must not blame the imperial clan court for this matter, and you must not go against them. Otherwise, you'll be falling into the trap of your brothers. In fact, even if I were to speak, I would not say a single bad word about the imperial clan court. It's just an organization within the imperial family. Even if it did come here with the intention of denouncing you, it's only because your imperial brothers seized its authority and used it. But your Highness may not be entirely at fault. After all, the imperial clan court has its rules. Without rules, wouldn't a large imperial clan be thrown into chaos? The matter of those servants is one thing. But your Highness, you suddenly summoned so many strong people, and even mosquitoes. And none of them are weak. This is the undying royal capital, and within the imperial city. How can the imperial clan court not do anything? Not just you, even if this happened in the great uncle's manor, the imperial clan court would still take action. They have their authority. There is no need for your Highness to be angry about this. In addition, although the imperial clan court is filled with members of the imperial clan, this old servant dares to say that even the most ordinary of them can't possibly be bribed by your 5 brothers. The first rule of the imperial clan court is that none of the members of the imperial clan court are allowed to participate in the struggle for imperial power. Otherwise, if they are found to be guilty, the resident elder pavilion will send an elder in charge of punishment to deal with them personally. At that time, the punishment won't be as simple as losing one's life. 1,000 years ago, someone once committed this crime, and it is said that he is still struggling at death's door, enduring torture every day. All for the sake of intimidating the members of the imperial clan court. That's why there can't be any injustice in the imperial clan court. Even if they want to take action against you, your Highness, it's because your Highness made a mistake and gave the other princes a chance to use the imperial clan court against you. The anger that had just surged up in Yi Xian's heart instantly dissipated. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Since the imperial clan court was such a fair organization, everything they did was done impartially. What resentment could he have? If he had to blame someone, he could only blame his brothers for forcing him. According to normal procedures, Yi Xian only needed to create a roster and report it to the imperial clan court. However, those royal brothers didn't give him the chance at all. They didn't even have the time to catch their breath before they started to stir up trouble. In addition, the commotion caused by the hundreds of people breaking their legs wasn't small, which was why the imperial clan court was alarmed. Humph, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to play dirty with me. Chapter 31:11. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The dark-faced man Long Shua, hearing Yi Xian's order, the wretched mosquito slayer immediately turned around and left. As for Uncle Kong, he'd already said everything that should be said. As for the specifics of how this matter should be dealt with, it wasn't something that an internal chief manager of the prince's estate like him could decide. Thus, he silently took 2 steps back and stood silently at the side with a posture of waiting for instructions at any moment. Among the 3 people behind Yi Xian, Yingtai also did the same. She did not say a word. Although she had obtained the approval of the imperial tutor and even had an imperial tutor token in her hand, she was not a member of the imperial family. She was not even human. Therefore, she had no right to speak on this matter. At most, if Yi Xian needed her to do something, Yingtai would do her best to do it. On the other hand, Naples and Xianyuan Ziying immediately frowned after exchanging glances with each other. They had worried looks on their faces. Unfortunately, the two of them were also not members of the royal family. It was inconvenient for them to interfere in this kind of matter, and they even hesitated to give Yi Xian a suggestion. The battle for imperial power could be said to be incomparably dangerous. Any small mistake could lead to eternal damnation. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. As if feeling the heavy atmosphere, Yi Xian turned around and looked at everyone. He then grinned. "Why are you all so serious? Isn't it just the imperial clan court? Since it is an incomparably fair internal organization of the imperial family, this prince is also a direct descendant of the imperial family. How big of a mistake did I make? They can't just directly push me out and behead me, right? If that is the case, I'm afraid that the imperial clan court's prefect Long Shua might be a spy of the Tianji clan. He beheads a direct descendant of the imperial clan at the slightest provocation." This joke was not good at all. Naples and the purplish warbler were fine when they did not hear it, but when they heard it, they immediately rolled their eyes. However, Yingtai and Uncle Kong were still expressionless, as if they did not hear it. At the same time, as Yi Xian finished his joke, a resonant middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from outside the gate of the 18th prince's mansion. "There were people who scolded me in private. Half a year ago, there was even a descendant who scolded me for being a dog after getting drunk, of course. After that, the first thing this person did every day after waking up was to lie in front of his own courtyard and bark 100 times. Counting the time, there's still half a year left. It should be over. But this is the first time I've heard someone call me a spy of the Tianji clan. It's still fresh. Most importantly, you did it in front of so many people. Prince Xian is indeed extraordinary. At the very least, your 5 useless brothers wouldn't dare to do such a thing." As these words rang out one after another, a middle-aged man with a burly figure, a round, tanned face, and a long beard all over his face, walked in through the gate of the 18th prince's mansion. There were not many people following behind him, only 2 of them. They were also dressed in black and gold. They were expressionless, but their cultivation auras were not weak at all. They were both at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm. As for the person walking at the very front, his identity was clear from his words. He was the imperial clan court's deputy Long Shisho. Even the current immortal emperor had to call him uncle when he saw him. However, he did not reveal any aura of cultivation. At a glance, he looked like an ordinary citizen of the dynasty. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Naples and the purplish warbler behind him sighed and rolled their eyes at Yi Xian. Yingtai was still expressionless. As for Uncle Kong, he was obviously shocked by this coincidence. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed slightly to the dark-faced man. "Long Kong greets the prefect." What made Yi Xian's jaw drop was that the prefect of the imperial clan court, Long Shisho, who had an unusually high seniority, reacted a little too strongly when he saw Uncle Kong bow to him. Although he only cupped his fists and bowed slightly, his reaction was a little too big. He actually jumped to the side, as if he didn't dare to accept Uncle Kong's greeting. He even rolled his eyes in anger. "All right, you're always acting like this. In terms of seniority, this magistrate has to address you as Uncle Kong. What's the point of acting like this? You're scheming against me the moment we meet." Fortunately, I was smart and jumped to avoid it. At this moment, not only did Yi Xian open his mouth wide, but Naples and Xianyuan Ziying also looked at Uncle Kong with dumbfounded expressions. Even Yingtai, who was standing to the side with an expressionless face, couldn't help but raise her eyes to take a few more glances at Uncle Kong. As for the wretched mosquito butcher, who was holding a small booklet in his hand and was rushing over from the second courtyard of the manor, after seeing this scene, his eyes darted around, and he swept his gaze over Uncle Kong twice without batting an eyelid. Then, before Uncle Kong subconsciously turned his head to look, he coincidentally shifted his gaze away, and the strange light in his eyes was also restrained, not revealing the slightest bit. "Master, the roster is here." When he came close, the wretched mosquito butcher waved the roster in his hand and retreated to the side, no longer saying anything. Uncle Kong did not pay attention to the words of Long Shisho of the Imperial Clan Court, as if he did not hear it at all. However, at this time, he glanced at the wretched mosquito butcher with a smile that was not a smile. The latter was a well-behaved person, his eyes lowered, as if he did not feel anything at all, quietly standing to the side. "Boy, you're all so smart. In such a short time, you've already prepared the roster?" Long Shisho's gaze swept over Yi Xian a few times. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the booklet in the wretched mosquito butcher's hand immediately flew into his hand. Without even looking at it, he casually threw it to one of the two experts behind him. Then, he continued, "If I'm not wrong, those mosquito beasts and void-swallowing beasts should all be your pets, right? As for the thousands of demons in the court, even the Tianji clan has been brought over by you, and you've also obtained the approval of the state preceptor. The state preceptor's order has been bestowed upon you, so what are thousands of demons? With your intelligence, you must have already pointed out their identities in the roster. Not bad, boy, well done." As soon as these words were said, the expression on Yi Xian's face suddenly became strange. Everything was exactly as the other party had said, there was not the slightest difference. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that in such a short time, the other party had already grasped the entire situation of the 18th Prince's court. The Imperial Clan Court of the Immortal Royal Family was indeed worthy of its reputation. As for those wicked slaves outside who have missing arms and legs, humph, not to mention sparing their lives, it's fine even if you kill them. This old man does not dare to say that the court of the Imperial Clan is in the hands of others, but as long as it is in the hands of this Long Shisho, no matter who it is impossible for them to use the rules of the court of the Imperial Clan to do things for them.